Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The Mac dies, then he wakes up as a Cerberus. Cerberus, in Greek mythology, is the monstrous, multi-headed dog, usually 3, that guards the entrance to the underworld, Hades, to prevent the dead from escaping and the living from entering. Known as the Hound of Hades, he is the offspring of Echidna and Typhon. He famously appeared in the myths of Orpheus. He will fight Lucifer when he is first reborn. Hazbin Hotel is an adult animated musical comedy created by Vivian Medrano that follows Charlie Morningstar, the Princess of Hell, as she opens a hotel to rehabilitate sinners and reduce overpopulation, aiming to send them to heaven.
Hazbin Hotel, reborn as Cerberus, face Lucifer at the start. Chapter 1, The Rubber Duck on the Floor. When I opened my eyes, everything was wrong. The air was thick and hot, carrying the smell of sulfur and smoke, the kind that clings to your throat and makes you aware of breathing. My body was heavy, grounded by weight that didn't belong to me. When I tried to move, 3 heads lifted at once, and 3 throats rumbled out a low, confused growl. The sound startled even me. I looked down. Paws massive, clawed, black. Chains looped around thick forelegs. The floor beneath me wasn't earth or stone but polished red marble, shining faintly from the reflection of a golden chandelier overhead. Hell! I was in hell. And the moment I saw the tall windows shaped like flames and the crimson wallpaper embossed with hearts and gold trim, I knew exactly which hell. Hazbin Hotel. My stomach or whatever passed for one now tightened. Out of every possible place to end up after dying under a truck, I had to land here, in the world where sinners sang about redemption and angels came down with extermination quotas. The worst part? I already knew how it all went. Every episode, every plot line, every song. Charlie, Lucifer's daughter, the annual purges, the uneasy balance of chaos and comedy that defined this version of damnation. I was Cerberus, now 3 heads, 1 body, 1 soul cut into pieces. 70% of me sat in the middle, the part that thought, analyzed, remembered. The left and right heads each hummed with their own slivers of instinct and emotion. Okay, 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 my left head muttered, voice higher, restless. Shut up, my right head replied, low and annoyed. I'm trying to think, I said through the center mouth. Before I could take in more, the sound of laughter broke the silence. Lucifer Morningstar himself stood across the room, tall and immaculate in a red suit, black bow tie, and shoes polished to mirror brightness. His golden eyes glowed faintly, matching the rings of light around his pupils. A cell phone was pressed to his ear, his tail lazily swaying behind him. Yes, yes, my dearest, I'll be there in 1 hour. 1 hour, sweetheart, he said, cheerful and dramatic, waving one hand for emphasis though no one was watching. He paused, listening to the voice on the other end. Then he grinned, showing teeth that were just a little too sharp. My daughter wants to see me, he sang out, dragging the word with theatrical delight. He twirled once, coat flaring around him, and then looked down at something on the floor. A rubber duck. He pointed at it as though addressing an audience. Take that depression towards the rubber duck on the floor. Then his eyes lifted and met mine. The moment stretched. His grin didn't fade, but the air shifted, like a performer realizing someone had joined him backstage. Well now, Lucifer said, lowering his phone. This is new. I stood frozen, 3 pairs of eyes locked on him. My left head tilted curiously, my right one snorted smoke. The middle stayed still. He pocketed his phone, walked forward with measured grace, shoes clicking softly on the marble. His gaze moved up and down, studying me with faint amusement. I don't recall ordering a 3-headed puppy, he said lightly. Did Charlie finally decide to expand her hospitality staff? His tone was warm, casual, but the way his eyes narrowed betrayed curiosity. Lucifer was always confident, always smiling, but nothing ever escaped his attention. I lowered my central head in acknowledgement. "Cerberus," I said simply. My voice came out deep, resonant, edged with a growl. "Ah, Cerberus," he echoed, amused. "Guardian of the underworld. Rather redundant in hell, don't you think?" My left head barked once, defensive. My right head rumbled. I felt their emotions like flickers through my mind, one anxious, one territorial. I pushed them both down. Lucifer raised an eyebrow. "Oh, 3 personalities. Delightful." He circled slowly, hands behind his back. "Tell me, dog of Hades, what brings you to my little corner of eternity?" "I woke up here," I replied. That caught his attention. His grin faltered slightly, replaced by interest. "You just woke up here?" "Yes." He crouched down, resting an elbow on his knee, his expression thoughtful. "No summoning circle, no portal residue, no demonic paperwork. Just poof." "Yes." He chuckled softly. "How wonderfully inefficient. Hell's bureaucracy really is going downhill." His phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his demeanor snapping instantly back to cheer. "Oh. That would be Charlie again. Probably wants to make sure I don't get distracted." He looked at me again. "And I am easily distracted." The left head huffed, impatient. The right one muttered, "He talks too much." Lucifer smirked. "I heard that." I didn't respond. Instead, I sat down, claws scraping against the marble. The sound echoed. Lucifer studied me again, arms folded now, eyes sharp. "You know, you're not on any of the registry lists." I would have remembered approving something this theatrical. I tilted my middle head slightly. "Then what will you do about it?" He blinked, surprised by the straightforwardness. Then he laughed. "Do about it? My dear mutt, I'm not the sort to punish spontaneous arrivals. Chaos keeps things entertaining." He stepped closer, until he stood directly before me. He was smaller than I expected, slender, graceful, but the aura around him was immense. Light shimmered faintly along his outline, almost blinding in contrast to the darkness of the room. "You're quite the specimen," he said softly. "Powerful aura. Old energy. Not the usual kind of demon that crawls up from the pit." I met his gaze evenly. "Then you know I'm not from here." "Obviously," he said cheerfully. "But you are here now, and that makes you mine, at least administratively." He straightened, brushing imaginary dust from his coat. "And since my daughter has a tendency to collect strays, I'll let her decide what to do with you. I'm sure she'll adore you." He started to walk away, humming a tune that didn't sound like anything mortal. My 3 heads watched him go. I tried to move, testing the strength in my limbs. Chains rattled faintly, but they weren't binding me, they were just decoration, symbols of control that didn't actually restrict movement. The left head whispered, "We should follow him." The right one grumbled, "Or we could stay here." I considered both. Lucifer was unpredictable, but if I stayed still, someone else might find me first, maybe someone less forgiving. So I followed. Lucifer didn't turn around, but his voice carried back easily. "Good boy. That's the spirit." We walked through long corridors lined with portraits, each one depicting some event or person from Hell's history. The farther we went, the clearer the sounds of music and laughter became. Lucifer pushed open a pair of tall doors leading into a sunlit hall that shouldn't have existed underground. The ceiling shimmered like a painted sky. He gestured toward a cluster of chairs near a piano. "Make yourself comfortable, if you can figure out how." I lowered myself to the floor again, my body too large for any furniture. Lucifer sat, crossing one leg over the other. He rested his chin on his hand, studying me like an artist examining a strange new color. "So tell me," he said, tone casual, "you have a name beyond Cerberus? Or should I just keep calling you that?" "That name is fine," I answered. He smiled faintly. "You're very composed for a creature who appeared out of nowhere." "I adapt fast," I said. Lucifer nodded. "You'll need to. This place has rules even I don't always bother to explain." His phone rang again. He sighed dramatically, answering. "Yes, sweetheart, yes, I'm on my way." "No, I'm not distracted. I'm absolutely not talking to a three-headed dog right now." Pause. He smirked. "All right, fine, maybe I am. You'll love him. I promise." Yes, I'm coming." He hung up, stood, and looked at me again. "Duty calls. My daughter gets terribly anxious when I'm late. You can come along, if you like. She'll adore meeting something straight out of mythology." I rose. Lucifer smiled, satisfied. "Excellent. Try not to eat anyone on the way. Unless it's Vox." He waved, turning toward the exit. I followed, heavy footsteps echoing across the hall. As we walked, my left head murmured, "He's interesting." My right head snorted. "He's annoying." "He's powerful," I said simply. The truth was, I could feel his energy even now, radiating like heat from a forge. He wasn't just a ruler, he was the embodiment of confidence, of creation turned inside out. He controlled everything here through charm and command alike. If I was going to survive in this world, aligning with him and his daughter was the best start I could ask for. We stepped through another door and into a brighter corridor leading toward the exit. Lucifer stopped suddenly and turned, his smile soft but eyes sharp again. "One last thing, Cerberus." "Yes." "If you see a small yellow duck anywhere," he said seriously, "don't touch it. It's sentimental." Then he grinned and walked away again, whistling. I looked down. Sure enough, another rubber duck sat near the wall. The left head whispered, "Weird man." The right one sighed. "Welcome to hell." And I started walking again. Chapter 2, The Hotel with Golden Doors. Lucifer led the way down the shining corridors of his palace, humming softly. His pace was relaxed, his tail flicking in rhythm with the tune. I followed several paces behind, each step heavy, claws tapping against the marble. The hallways grew brighter the farther we went, the light bending strangely around him as if the place itself responded to his mood. Outside, the air shifted. Hell's skyline was stretched wide and vertical, a city suspended in chaos and energy. Crimson towers glowed with neon signs, each one burning names I recognized from the show. A wide bridge extended from the palace toward the central district where the Hazbin hotel stood. Lucifer glanced back, smiling. "Keep up, Cerberus. The hotel isn't far. My daughter gets terribly impatient when I promise to visit and take longer than an hour." My left head yawned. The right one muttered, "You talk too much." Lucifer chuckled softly. "I like your honesty. You'll fit right in." The bridge shimmered under our feet, paved with black stone that gave off faint sparks with every step. I kept my eyes ahead. The hotel stood out even from a distance, its glowing sign casting warm light against the red smog above the city. I had watched this place before from a screen, not reality. Now, it was right in front of me, massive, bright, alive with noise and voices. Lucifer lifted his arms theatrically as we approached. "Home sweet hopeful home. The Hazbin Hotel where sinners get second chances and my daughter gets stress headaches." The front doors swung open before we even reached them. Charlie stood there, radiant and smiling, her blonde hair perfectly styled despite the faint nervous energy around her. Vaggie was beside her, arms crossed, expression cautious but polite. "Dad," Charlie said cheerfully, running forward and hugging Lucifer. "You made it. You're actually on time." "Of course, sweetheart," Lucifer said warmly, patting her head. "I wouldn't dream of keeping my favorite girl waiting." Vaggie raised an eyebrow. "You said that last time too." Lucifer looked amused. "Did I? Well, perhaps I mean it more sincerely this time." Charlie laughed awkwardly, then her gaze shifted to me. Her smile faltered into surprise. "Whoa! Who's that?" Lucifer spread his hands. "My new friend. Appeared right in the palace with no warning. Calls himself Cerberus. Big, loyal, possibly dangerous. I thought you'd like him." Charlie blinked, taking a small step back as she looked up at me. "Cerberus? Like, the Cerberus? The one from Greek myth?" "Yes," I said simply. Her expression softened into fascination. "Oh wow! That's actually so cool. I mean, hi. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. I'm Charlie." I lowered my middle head slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement. "Hello." She grinned brightly. "We've never had anyone like you before. You're huge. And three-headed. Oh, my gosh, you could help guard the entrance. Husk would love that." From the lobby, a groan came. "I'd love nothin'," Husk muttered, slouched behind the bar. "Don't drag me into your projects." Charlie ignored him, still focused on me. "Can you talk from all three heads?" "Yes," I said. The left head added, independently. "The right one side?" "Unfortunately." Lucifer laughed at that. "See? Charming already." Charlie smiled nervously, rubbing her hands together. "Well, I mean, if you don't have anywhere to stay, you're welcome here. We've got rooms, food, and activities." Vaggie looked skeptical. "Charlie, we don't even know where he came from." Lucifer waved a hand. "He's harmless. Probably. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." Vaggie frowned. "That's not comforting." Charlie turned toward her. "Come on, Vaggie. He's the literal guard dog of the underworld. How bad could it be?" Husk grunted from the counter. "You want a list?" Angel dust appeared from the upper balcony, hanging lazily over the railing. "What's all the noise?" "Oh, great! A new pet. Does it drool fire or something?" The left head barked once, loud enough to shake the railing. Angel flinched back. Okay, chill, Fido. No need to blast my hair off." Lucifer looked delighted. "See? Already fitting in." Charlie clasped her hands together, enthusiasm flooding back. "All right, Cerberus, you can stay. We'll figure out a place for you to sleep later. For now, just try not to scare anyone too badly." "I'll manage," I said calmly. Lucifer grinned. "Oh, he'll do fine. He's got personality." Vaggie sighed, rubbing her temples. "You always say that before something explodes." Lucifer winked. "Only sometimes." Charlie turned toward me again. "Do you eat? I mean, like, regular food?" The left head said quickly, "Yes." The right head muttered, "Prefer meat." The middle one clarified, "We can eat what you have." Charlie nodded enthusiastically. "Perfect. I'll ask Nifty to prepare something special." Lucifer laughed lightly. "Darling, you're already spoiling him. He's not even part of your staff yet. He's a guest." Charlie said firmly. Lucifer's smile softened. You always were too kind. Her tone brightened again. I just think everyone deserves a chance. Lucifer chuckled quietly, leaning against the wall. Even giant three-headed canines who materialize in my hallway. Charlie laughed. Even them. Lucifer turned back toward me. You'll stay here for now. Behave, listen to Charlie, and try not to eat anyone. If Vox or Valentino show up, you have my full permission to bite. I nodded once. Understood. He smiled. Excellent. Charlie stepped forward, waving a little. Come on, Cerberus. Let me show you around. Lucifer gestured for me to follow her, then said, I'll be in touch, my dear. Don't overwork yourself. Charlie smiled back. I won't. Thanks, Dad. He gave a small bow and vanished in a shimmer of light. The lobby fell quiet for a moment. Angel Dust whistled. Man, your dad's a riot. Vaggie muttered, he's something. Charlie ignored them, turning to me again with renewed enthusiasm. Okay. So, this is the main lobby. I followed her as she walked, gesturing to everything with both hands. We've got the bar area over there, Husk runs it, sort of. Angel Dust lives here too, but, don't let him talk you into anything. Angel grinned. Oh, I'm all talk, princess. Charlie continued brightly. Nifty handles cleaning and decor, and Alastair, well, he's kind of a partner. You'll meet him later. My left head asked, the radio demon. Charlie blinked. Oh, you've heard of him? Yes, I said. She smiled proudly. He's been helping us. Sort of. In his own way. Vaggie muttered quietly, mostly his way. Charlie ignored her again and pointed toward the stairs. Up there are the rooms. We'll need to get you something bigger than a bed, though. The right head rumbled. Floor is fine. Charlie laughed. You sound like Husk. From behind the counter, Husk grunted. Don't compare me to the dog. Charlie smiled nervously. You'll all get along. Eventually. The left head tilted curiously toward her. Why are you doing this? Charlie blinked. Doing what? Helping everyone, I said. Her expression softened. Because I believe they can change. Everyone deserves a second chance. Even if it's hard. I nodded slightly. The answer matched what I remembered from the show exactly. She believed it completely. Charlie smiled. You'll see. The hotel's growing. We've already made progress. Angel Dust laughed. Progress like Husk actually pouring the right drink once this week. Husk threw a towel at him. Keep talking and I'll pour it on your head. Charlie laughed awkwardly, then looked back at me. Don't mind them. They argue a lot, but it's kind of how they show affection. The left head whispered, loud affection. Charlie giggled. That's one way to put it. She led me toward a large window that overlooked the city. This view helps remind me why I'm doing all this, she said quietly. I know it looks messy, but I think there's something beautiful underneath all that chaos. I stood beside her, 3 pairs of eyes scanning the glowing skyline. The city pulsed with red and gold, the sound of laughter and distant fights echoing faintly. The right head said softly, noisy world. Charlie nodded. Yeah. But maybe one day it won't be. I didn't reply. I just watched the city, thinking. After a few minutes, she turned toward me again. I'm really glad you're here, Cerberus. We could use someone who can, you know, handle trouble if it comes up. I can handle it, I said confidently. She smiled warmly. I bet you can. Just, Try not to scare the guests too much. The left head chuckled lightly. No promises. She laughed. Fair enough. Vaggie stepped closer, still wary but less tense. As long as he listens to you, I guess it's fine. But if anything goes wrong... It won't, I said. Vaggie looked at me for a moment, then nodded slowly. We'll see. Angel Dust stretched lazily. Well, if he's stickin' around, I call dibs on not cleaning up after him. Husk muttered, nobody was gonna ask you to. Charlie smiled again, glancing between them. See? We're already getting along. Angel snorted. If that's what you call it. Nifty darted in suddenly, eyes wide. New person. Or dog. Or thing. Oh my gosh, you're so big. She scurried up, looking me over from every angle. Do you shed? Do you have fleas? Can I brush your fur? The left head blinked. No. The right one growled softly. Don't touch. Charlie stepped in quickly. Nifty, maybe give him a little space first. Oh. Right. Sorry. Nifty said cheerfully, bouncing back toward the kitchen. Charlie sighed in relief. She means well. She's energetic, I said. She is, Charlie agreed, smiling. Vaggie glanced toward the door. You sure your dad just left him here? That seems strange. Charlie shrugged. He does things like that sometimes. I'm sure it'll be fine. I could tell she believed that completely. Lucifer always acted unpredictable, but he cared about her. That much was clear. For now, staying here made sense. The hotel was neutral ground, a safe point to watch events unfold. Charlie clapped her hands together. All right. I'll get Nifty to set up a space for you downstairs. You can rest there for now. Thank you, I said. She smiled warmly. You're welcome. I'm glad you're here. I lay down near the wall, resting my head on my forepaws. The air inside the hotel felt warm, filled with motion and chatter. For the first time since waking up, the tension in my body eased slightly. The left head murmured quietly, not bad. The right one rumbled, could be worse. The middle said simply, it'll do. Charlie's laughter echoed faintly from the kitchen, and the sound of Husk grumbling followed. Angel Dust hummed some tune upstairs, off-key but cheerful. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the noise wash over me. For now, this was enough. Chapter 3, The Dinner and the Radio. Charlie's voice carried softly through the hall as she opened the door to the lounge. Alastair. Are you here? I have someone new I want you to meet. The air inside shifted immediately. The faint hum of static filled the room, blending with a cheerful old tune playing from a phonograph. The sound grew sharper, livelier, and then the red glow appeared, outlining a tall figure with antlers and a constant grin. Alastair, the radio demon, turned slowly toward us, his microphone cane resting in his hand. My, what a pleasant surprise, Charlie. And what a fascinating creature you've brought along. His voice echoed faintly, layered with radio interference, every word crisp. Charlie smiled brightly. Alastair, this is Cerberus. He's going to be staying with us for a while. Alastair's grin widened. Cerberus, you say? Oh, how delightful. The great guardian of the underworld, right here in our humble establishment. What a charming addition to the household. I met his gaze evenly. Hello. He tilted his head slightly, studying me from head to tail. 3 heads. 3 voices. 3 times the conversation. How wonderfully efficient. The left head muttered, he's loud. The right head said quietly, he smells like old electricity. I remained still. Charlie laughed softly. He's adjusting. He just got here yesterday. Alastair chuckled. Ah, new to our little experiment, are we? I do hope you enjoy the chaos, my dear hound. It never quite settles down around here. He gestured toward a chair, though it was obviously too small for me. Please, make yourself comfortable. I sat down where I stood instead. Charlie clasped her hands. I thought you'd like to meet him. He's really polite, and I think he'll help keep things calm around here. Alastair's smile twitched. Calm? My dear, the only calm that belongs in hell is the calm before the next exciting disaster. Vaggie, who had followed us in, sighed. You're not helping. Alastair laughed lightly. Oh, but I am. I find his presence delightful. A creature of myth and discipline. Tell me, Cerberus, do you still bite sinners who try to escape judgment? Only when needed, I said. He tapped his cane against the floor, satisfied. Marvelous. You'll get along splendidly here. There's always someone who needs a little discouragement. Charlie frowned a little. Alastair, please. He's here to help, not to hurt anyone. Alastair bowed slightly. Of course, my dear. Only joking. You know I wouldn't harm one of your guests. Vaggie murmured, you've said that before. Alastair turned his grin toward her. And I meant it every time. Charlie smiled nervously, then turned to me. He's unique, but he's been a big help since we started. I know, I said. Alastair's eyes narrowed faintly. Oh? So you've heard of me before, have you? I nodded once. Yes. You're famous. Alastair let out a laugh that shook the air, static buzzing around the edges. Oh, how flattering. Always a pleasure to be recognized by mythological royalty. Charlie clapped her hands once. Great. Everyone's getting along. At that moment, the door opened again. Lucifer stepped inside, a faint shimmer of gold light preceding him. I do hope I'm not interrupting family bonding, he said cheerfully. Dad. Charlie said, surprised but happy. You came back already. Lucifer smiled, brushing imaginary dust from his coat. I thought I'd drop by. After all, I left my newest friend in your care, and I wanted to see how he's settling in. Alastair turned toward him, the static fading slightly. Ah, the king himself graces our humble hall. How splendid! Always a pleasure, your majesty. Lucifer's smile sharpened. Likewise, Alastair. Still keeping things lively, I see. But of course, Alastair replied pleasantly. A quiet hell would be such a bore. Charlie stepped between them quickly. We were just introducing Cerberus. He and Alastair were getting along. Lucifer glanced at me, then back at Alastair. I see. Well, that's good. I'd hate for anyone to get eaten. Alastair chuckled, amused. Oh, I'm far too stringy to make a decent meal. Lucifer's tone softened again. So, what's the occasion for this gathering, sweetheart? You seem very busy today. Charlie hesitated, then smiled. I wanted to host dinner. For everyone. Since it's rare you visit, I thought maybe you could join us. Lucifer's eyes brightened. Dinner. How charming. Of course, I'll stay. Vaggie muttered, this is going to be loud. Charlie ignored her and motioned toward the dining room. Come on. Nifty's already setting the table. The dining area was warm and lively, lit by golden lamps. The long table was covered with mismatched plates, glasses, and a mix of foods half elegant, half questionable. Nifty zipped between chairs, adjusting everything with frantic precision. Oh. You're all here. Perfect timing, she said quickly, straightening a napkin. Lucifer looked impressed. Marvelous work, little one. Thanks, she said brightly before disappearing into the kitchen. Everyone found a seat. I positioned myself near the end of the table, lowering my head slightly to fit beneath the chandelier. Lucifer sat near Charlie, with the Alaster directly across from him. The air between them felt charged, though both smiled pleasantly. Angel Dust strolled in a moment later, still drying his hands. Oh, fancy company tonight. Did I miss the memo? Lucifer grinned. Angel Dust. Always a pleasure. Do sit down. Angel laughed, sitting beside Husk. Sure thing, boss man. Husk didn't look up from his drink. He's not your boss. Lucifer replied, amused, I could be if I wanted. Charlie tried to focus the table's attention. Okay. Thank you all for coming. This is really special. Dad, I'm glad you're here. Lucifer smiled warmly. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Everyone began eating, or pretending to. The food ranged from surprisingly normal to completely bizarre. Nifty had outdone herself in creativity if not consistency. Alaster tapped his glass gently. So, Cerberus, tell us, how do you find our little hotel so far? It's loud, the right head said. It's interesting, the left head added. It's comfortable, I said finally. Alaster laughed lightly. Loud, interesting, and comfortable. A perfect summary of the place. Lucifer nodded in agreement. Quite so. My daughter's dream has a certain charm, doesn't it? Charlie smiled proudly. It's getting better. We've had more visitors lately. People are starting to believe it might actually work. Vaggie said quietly, it's slow progress, but it's progress. Lucifer looked thoughtful. I admire that persistence. You always did have a stubborn streak, sweetheart. Charlie blushed a little. Guess I get it from you. Lucifer laughed. Perhaps. Angel Dust leaned back in his chair. So, Cerberus, what do you actually do all day? Guarding something? Chasing mailmen of hell? The left head growled softly. No. The right head rumbled, watching. I said calmly, guarding the door, mostly. Charlie nodded. He's been helping keep things peaceful around here. He's really good at it. Lucifer looked amused. I'm not surprised. He was born to guard. Alaster leaned forward slightly. You must tell me, dear dog, what does it feel like, standing watch over souls for eternity? I met his eyes. Boring, sometimes. Alaster's grin widened. Honesty. How refreshing. Lucifer chuckled, sipping his drink. I do like him. Straightforward, unflappable. Husk muttered, wish we had more of that around here. Charlie clapped her hands again. See? Everyone's getting along great. Angel Dust snorted. For now. Lucifer glanced toward him. You're quite the talker, aren't you? Angel winked. Gotta keep the party alive, right? Lucifer smiled. Indeed. Dinner carried on with bursts of chatter and laughter. Charlie tried to keep everyone focused on light topics, and for a while it actually worked. Alaster and Lucifer exchanged polite conversation, though each seemed to measure the other carefully. Charlie remained cheerful, refilling glasses and laughing easily. When the plates were finally cleared, Lucifer rose, brushing off his coat. That was delightful, sweetheart. You've built something special here. Charlie smiled. Thanks, Dad. It means a lot that you think so. Lucifer turned toward me. And you, my dear Cerberus, fit right in. Keep doing whatever it is you're doing. The hotel looks safer already. I will, I said. He smiled. Good. Charlie looked between them. You'll visit again soon, right? Of course, Lucifer said warmly. I wouldn't dream of staying away too long. Angel leaned back in his chair, yawning. Next time bring dessert. Lucifer laughed. Duly noted. He turned to Alastor, giving a polite nod. Pleasure, as always. Alastor bowed lightly. The pleasure is mutual, Your Majesty. Lucifer gave a small wave to the room. Well then, I'll leave you all to your evening. Try not to burn the place down. He disappeared in a shimmer of golden light. The room stayed quiet for a moment after he left. Then Angel Dust broke it with a grin. Your dad's all right, princess. Bit dramatic, but he knows how to fill a room. Charlie smiled, relieved. He just likes to make an impression. Vaggie sighed. That's one way to put it. Alastor chuckled softly, static flickering faintly. Quite the family, isn't it? Charlie smiled again. We make it work. I stayed where I was, listening to their voices blend into the hum of the hotel. The night carried on, warm and loud, just like always. Chapter 4, The Broadcast Announcement. The morning after dinner, the hotel buzzed louder than usual. Charlie moved through the lobby with a notebook in her hands and energy in her step. Nifty followed behind her, carrying a bundle of flyers so high she could barely see over them. Okay. Charlie said cheerfully. Today's the day we go public again. A new video, a new message, and a new friend to help us stand out. Angel Dust, half awake and holding a mug of something dark, groaned. You're talking about me, right? Charlie laughed. No, Angel. You already had your spotlight. I'm talking about Cerberus. Every eye in the lobby turned toward me. I stood near the door, tail swaying slowly. The left head yawned. The right one blinked, unimpressed. Husk muttered from the bar, this'll end well. Charlie ignored the comment and flipped through her notes. If we want people to take the hotel seriously, we need to show that we're safe. Cerberus here gives the right impression: strong, dependable, but still friendly. Angel Dust leaned against the counter, smirking. Friendly's one word for three mouths full of teeth. The left head snorted. The right growled softly. I said calmly, I can look friendly. Charlie's eyes lit up. See? He's perfect. Alastor, you'll help with the technical side, right? Static flickered near the wall before Alastor appeared in full, grinning. But of course. I do adore a bit of broadcasting. It's been ages since I've hosted a proper show. Vaggie stepped closer to Charlie. Are you sure about this? The last promo ended with half the city arguing about whether we were a cult. Charlie smiled nervously. That's why this one will be better. We'll keep it simple. No singing this time, no musical numbers. Just a friendly introduction video. Angel Dust said, a boring one, then. Charlie sighed but kept her smile. No, an informative one. Alastor clapped his hands once. Splendid. We'll start in the lobby. I'll provide the lighting and sound. The charm, of course, comes naturally. Vaggie muttered, that's what worries me. I shifted my weight, the chains around my forelegs clinking softly. Charlie looked up at me with excitement. Ready to be on camera? Yes, I said. The left head added, it'll be easy. The right one grumbled, pointless. Charlie didn't notice the tone difference. Great. We'll start soon. Nifty darted around, setting up decorations. She hung a banner that read Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. In bright red letters. Husk sighed heavily as Alastair dragged cables across the floor. The radio demon hummed to himself as he adjusted the old camera, his voice crackling faintly. Ah, there's nothing quite like the anticipation of live performance. Charlie practiced her lines near the front desk. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel, where everyone deserves a second chance. She paused, then tried again, smiling wider. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. We're changing hell, one guest at a time. Vaggie pinched the bridge of her nose. You don't need to yell, sweetheart. Charlie laughed awkwardly. Right, sorry. Just nervous. Angel Dust rolled his eyes. Kid, you get nervous every time the word camera shows up. Charlie smiled, brushing her hair back. This time's different. We've got Cerberus. Alastair finished adjusting the camera and turned toward me. Stand right there, my dear guardian. Center frame, yes, perfect. Look intimidating, but approachable. Something between a guard dog and a talk show guest. I nodded. Understood. The left head barked once, amused. The right one sighed. Alastair grinned. Marvelous. Now, lights. A few bulbs flickered on. The lobby's red and gold glow brightened to near daylight. Charlie took her position in front of me. Vaggie stood beside the camera, arms crossed, watching carefully. Okay, everyone ready? Charlie said brightly. Angel Dust raised his cup. Born ready, sugar. Rolling in 3, 2, Alastair tapped the mic. And we're live. Charlie straightened immediately, her smile wide and genuine. Hello, everyone. I'm Charlie, Princess of Hell and founder of the Hazbin Hotel. I'm here to share our mission once again to give every soul a second chance at redemption. Her voice echoed clearly. She gestured toward me with both hands. And to make sure everyone feels safe here, I'd like you to meet our newest friend Cerberus. I stepped forward, lowering my central head slightly toward the camera. Hello. Alastair's static microphone caught my voice perfectly, the sound resonating across the room. Charlie continued, Cerberus will be helping us keep the hotel safe and peaceful for everyone who stays here. He's kind, loyal, and a great listener. Angel Dust whispered, and a heavy breather. Vaggie elbowed him lightly. Quiet. Charlie smiled even wider. We believe that every sinner can find peace, and now, with Cerberus here, we're more ready than ever to help everyone who walks through our doors. Alastair clapped once. And cut. Splendid. I do believe that was positively charming. Charlie exhaled, relaxing her shoulders. Really? It looked okay. Vaggie nodded. It looked fine. Short, simple, no explosions. Angel Dust laughed. You sure about that last part? He could sneeze and blow a hole in the wall. The left head growled softly. The right one muttered, try me. Charlie giggled nervously. Let's just make sure the footage looks good first. Alastair replayed the recording. The static on the camera cleared, showing Charlie smiling brightly beside me. The banner fluttered slightly in the background, the lighting warm. It actually looked professional. Charlie's eyes shone. It's perfect. This is exactly what we needed. Vaggie sighed but smiled a little. You pulled it off. I'm impressed. Charlie jumped slightly in excitement. Yes. We'll send this to the Vox network. Once they see this, they'll know we're serious. Husk groaned. Vox? You're picking a fight with the TV freak again. Charlie shook her head quickly. No, not a fight. Just exposure. Maybe he'll air it for us. Angel Dust snorted. Yeah, for 5 seconds before he cuts to an ad making fun of us. Charlie's optimism didn't waver. Even 5 seconds is still something. Alastair chuckled quietly. My dear, you have such delightful confidence. Vaggie muttered, it's what keeps this place from collapsing. Charlie looked at me again. You were great, Cerberus. Thanks for doing this. I nodded once. You're welcome. The left head added, easy. The right head rumbled, too easy. Charlie smiled. I'll take easy. We'll make copies and deliver them to every broadcast hub in Pentagram City. Angel Dust laughed again. You're really planning to hand-deliver them? You'll get eaten alive out there. I'll go with her, I said. Everyone turned to me. Charlie blinked. You'd help? Yes, I said plainly. Safer that way. Her smile grew softer. Thanks. That means a lot. Alastair twirled his cane. How touching. I do love teamwork. By the time the broadcast was encoded, the sky outside had dimmed to deep crimson. The neon signs across the city flickered through the windows. Charlie gathered the copies into a small case, bouncing on her heels with energy. Okay. Time to make our rounds. Vaggie crossed her arms. Are you sure you don't want backup? Charlie smiled. I've got Cerberus. We'll be fine. Husk muttered into his drink. Famous last words. Charlie walked to the door. I followed beside her, my footsteps heavy but steady. The left and right heads kept scanning the street outside. The city's air was thick with noise, distant sirens, laughter, and the buzz of neon. Charlie held the case close and glanced up at me. So, do you like it here so far? Yes, I said. She smiled. I'm glad. I really think you make the hotel feel safer. I stayed quiet for a moment, watching a group of imps scatter across the road. You're optimistic. Charlie laughed softly. I have to be. Nobody else will if I'm not. Her tone stayed light. She stopped at a small broadcast kiosk, its sign flickering with the Voxtech logo. Here we are. Inside, a tired-looking demon receptionist stared up from behind the counter. Hazbin hotel submission again, he asked dryly. Charlie nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Our newest promo. It's short and positive. He sighed, taking the case. I'll send it up the chain. Thank you. Charlie said cheerfully. As we left, she looked pleased. See? Easy. Maybe, the right head said. The left added, depends who watches it. Charlie looked up at me curiously but didn't ask. Anyway, we'll just wait and see how it does. If it reaches the right audience, more people might come to us for help. We returned to the hotel as the lights flickered on inside. Angel Dust was sprawled on the couch, watching the news. Husk dozed behind the bar. Alastair appeared again from nowhere, static buzzing faintly. Ah, back already. How went the great media crusade? Charlie beamed. Perfectly. They said they'll air it soon. Alastair's grin grew. Splendid. I do love a bit of suspense. Vaggie looked at Charlie. I hope you're right about this. Charlie nodded confidently. I am. A sudden chime sounded from the old television on the wall. Vox's logo appeared for a moment before cutting to static, then to Charlie's face from the recording. Everyone turned to watch. The broadcast lasted exactly 30 seconds. Her speech came through clearly, followed by my greeting and her final smile. Then the screen cut to Vox's symbol again. Angel Dust blinked. Hey! He actually aired it. Husk said flatly, he's probably laughing. Charlie didn't seem to care. Her smile brightened even more. It worked. People saw it. Vaggie rubbed her forehead. Let's hope it brings guests, not trouble. Alastair chuckled. Trouble always brings guests, dear. Charlie ignored him, too happy to worry. Tomorrow we might have new arrivals. I'll make sure the lobby looks perfect. She hurried off toward the stairs, humming softly to herself. Alastair turned to me. Well done, my ferocious friend. You're quite the star now. I just stood there, I said. Exactly, Alastair replied with a grin. Sometimes stillness is the most effective performance. Angel Dust smirked. Yeah, maybe I'll try that next time instead of singin'. Husk muttered, wouldn't hurt. Vaggie sighed again. Let's just get through tomorrow. The lights dimmed gradually as the others dispersed. I remained by the door, the three heads lifting slightly toward the faint glow of the city outside. Charlie's laughter drifted faintly from upstairs. For now, the hotel was calm. Chapter 5, Vox in the crowded lobby. Morning at the hotel always sounded the same. Pipes rattled somewhere in the walls, Nifty hummed while she cleaned, Husk clinked glasses even when no one was drinking yet, and Angel Dust complained about being awake. I was at my usual spot by the front doors, lying down with my paws crossed. The floor felt cool under my body. The left head rested on one paw, watching the window lazily. The right head scanned the street outside, eyes narrowed. My middle head stayed raised, focused on the lobby and the entrance together. It was quiet for a while. That comfortable, simple kind of quiet where nothing needed to happen. Then I noticed them. A group of demons lingered across the street, staring at the hotel sign. They whispered to each other, pointing. A few laughed. One of them lifted a phone and recorded the door. The left head frowned. They're staring. The right head grumbled. They should move. I shifted slightly, chains around my forelegs clinking softly. Charlie, Vaggie called from the lobby, sounding wary, you might want to come see this. Charlie rushed out from the hallway, hair slightly messy, notebook tucked under her arm. What's wrong? Did something break? Is someone hurt? Vaggie pointed toward the window. No. Look. Charlie stepped up beside me, pressing her hands to the glass. Whoa! There were more now. The small group had turned into a cluster. Demons of all shapes lined the other side of the street, talking, laughing, filming. Some seemed curious. Others looked amused. None of them were ignoring us. Charlie blinked fast, confusion turning into cautious excitement. Are they here because of the video? The left head said, probably. The right head added, or trouble. Vaggie narrowed her eyes. I don't like this. From the bar, Husk muttered, I like it even less. Angel Dust leaned around the corner, hair still damp from a shower. Did somebody say fans? Or haters? I'll take either. Charlie turned from the window, nervous but hopeful. We should see what they want. Maybe they're interested in the hotel. Vaggie sighed. Or they saw you on TV and want to laugh at you. Charlie's shoulders tensed for a second, but she straightened herself and forced a smile. Either way, we talk to them. That's what this place is for. Before she could head for the door, the old television behind the bar crackled. The screen blipped from static to a bright logo. Bold lines, glowing edges. Vox. His angular face filled the screen, framed by neon borders and visual noise. His grin was wide and sharp, his one eye a bright square of static. The studio background behind him screamed money and ego. Good morning, Pentagram City, Vox said smoothly, his voice clear and smug. It's your favorite face on every screen again. Angel Dust groaned. Oh, great. Him. Husk reached for the remote, but Vaggie stopped him with a hand on his wrist. Wait. I shifted my heads toward the TV. Charlie froze in place, staring, expression tightening. Now, Vox continued, we've got something very special for you today. A little piece of wholesome programming from our good friends at the Hazbin Hotel. The logo behind him flickered, replaced by a paused frame of Charlie's broadcast. She stood beside me on screen, smiling brightly, hand outstretched toward my central head. My left head muttered, "Oh." The right head growled quietly. "Here we go." I watched calmly. Angel Dust winced. "This is going to be rough, kid." Charlie gripped her notebook tighter, knuckles pale. "It's okay. It's fine. At least he aired it, right?" she said, trying to sound cheerful. Her eyes betrayed tension. Vox snapped his fingers on screen. "Roll it." The video played. Charlie's voice echoed through the bar. "Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel, where everyone deserves a second chance at redemption." The clip cut halfway through the sentence, jump cutting to my hello, delivered in a deep, steady tone. Vox reappeared, laughing. "Adorable, isn't it?" The studio added canned applause. Charlie's shoulders slumped just a little. "And look at this," Vox continued, smiling too wide. The screen split, replaying the same few seconds of Charlie smiling and me stepping forward, looped badly. "We've got a princess, we've got a rescue project, and we've got a three-headed guard dog straight out of myth. Because nothing says trust us like a giant murder puppy." Angel Dust scoffed. "Wow, he's so original." Husk refilled his glass. "He never is." Vox chuckled. "Now, listen, kids. If you're bored, lost, or hopeless, you can head on down to the Hazbin Hotel, where you can stare at an animal and pretend your problems are going away." The screen flashed text, "Hazbin Hotel now with extra dog." Charlie flinched, her smile finally fading. Her tail drooped slightly. Vaggie's jaw clenched. "That asshole." Nifty peeked around the kitchen door, holding a tray. "Oh no." I watched Charlie's face. Vox leaned closer to the camera, smug. "But don't worry. If you want real entertainment, you can stay right here with Vox Tech, where we don't need redemption. We've got ratings." The broadcast shifted to a different segment, some loud commercial, but no one moved. Charlie stared at the blank part of the wall under the TV for a few seconds after the image changed. Her shoulders shook just a little, not in fear, but with quiet frustration. Then she took a breath and forced a smile. It did not fully reach her eyes, but it was there. "Well," she said softly, "at least a lot of people saw it." Vaggie turned to her. "Charlie." "No, it's okay," Charlie said quickly, lifting her hands. "Really? I knew something like this might happen. I'm used to it." Her voice wavered only a little. She straightened her back. "Besides, if even one person out there watched because of that and decided they wanted to try redemption, that's worth it." Angel Dust scratched his cheek. "Kid." Vaggie looked like she wanted to yell at someone, but there was no one here to yell at except the TV, and that was pointless. I stepped closer to Charlie, my central head lowering so my eyes were level with her. "He made more people look," I said calmly. She glanced up at me, then smiled more genuinely, even if it was small. "Yeah. He did." The left head added, "Now they know." The right one said flatly, "They'll come." As if on cue, there was a loud knock on the front doors. Everyone turned. Another knock followed, then another, then several at once. Husk muttered something under his breath. Angel Dust whistled low. Vaggie frowned. "You've got to be kidding me." Charlie's eyes widened, but there was light in them again. They came. Vaggie rubbed her forehead. Or they came to laugh at us. Charlie straightened anyway. Either way, we talked to them. That's what you do, I said. She nodded once, took a breath, and walked toward the door. I moved ahead of her, placing my body between her and the entrance, just in case. The left and right heads lowered slightly, alert. I pushed the doors open with one paw. The street outside was crowded. Demons lined up from the foot of the stairs all the way to the corner, some holding cameras, some leaning on weapons, others just standing with crossed arms and curious eyes. The noise hit at once: laughter, talking, shouting. Hey, it's the puppy from the commercial. Yo, princess. You really think this place can fix me? Vox said this was a joke. I wanted to see it myself. Damn, that dog's huge. The left head snorted. The right one let out a low rumble. Charlie stepped up beside me, smile steady, voice bright. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel, she said happily. If you're here to try for redemption, we'll do everything we can to help you. Some laughed. A few scoffed. One demon at the front folded his arms. So this is real? You're actually trying to reform sinners? Yes, Charlie said firmly. We believe anyone can change. Even me, another called from the back. Even you, she replied. I watched the crowd. Some eyes were mocking. Some were hopeful. Some were just bored. This matched what I expected. Vox mocked her, but he gave her a stage. Charlie always grabbed stages with both hands. Vaggie came to stand on Charlie's other side, hands on her hips. If you're here just to cause trouble, you can leave, she said firmly. A few demons muttered and stepped back from the front of the line. Others stayed, faces more serious now. Charlie clasped her hands together. Okay. If you're serious, we'll take people in small groups. Please be patient, we don't have a lot of staff yet. Angel Dust walked up behind us, blowing out a breath. You really know how to pull a crowd, princess. Help me manage them? Charlie asked hopefully. He shrugged. Yeah, all right. I've had worse gigs. Vaggie pointed at me. Cerberus, can you stand by the stairs? Keep an eye on the line. If anyone tries anything, growl at them. Or, you know, something scarier. I can do that, I said. The left head grinned a little. The right head looked pleased at the idea. I moved down a few steps and turned sideways to watch the line. The crowd quieted a bit under my gaze. It was easier to be loud about a joke when a three-headed guard stared back at you. Charlie and Vaggie began letting sinners in small groups at a time. Nifty rushed around inside, making sure the furniture was clean. Husk rolled his eyes but kept the bar stocked, just in case. Alastair appeared near the top of the stairs, grin in place, eyes amused. My, what a turnout, he said lightly. Charlie looked up at him. They came because of the broadcast. He chuckled. Of course they did. Controversy is a wonderful advertisement. Vaggie shot him a look. You're enjoying this way too much. He tilted his head. I enjoy everything too much. The line moved slowly. Some demons entered and left quickly, obviously deciding the hotel was too strange or too sincere for them. Others stayed, filling out forms, listening to Charlie talk about her vision, or arguing with Vaggie about the rules. Inside, the lobby grew crowded. Voices bounced off the walls. Chairs scraped. A lamp almost fell twice. The left head murmured, busy. The right one replied, more than busy. I enjoyed the noise. It meant the place was alive. At one point, a large demon with jagged horns shoved someone aside to move up the stairs faster. The pushed demon stumbled and fell back, swearing. I stood, all three heads lifting, eyes focused. Hey! Charlie called from the doorway, frowning. Please don't push. Everyone will get a turn. The horned demon sneered. I don't have time to wait. Some of us have jobs, princess. I walked up to him, claws heavy on the steps. I stopped only a foot away. Our eyes met. My right head let out a slow, deep growl. The sound rolled over the crowd. A few demons stepped back instinctively. The horned one held my gaze for a moment, then clicked his tongue and lifted his hands. Fine, fine. I'll wait. He moved back into place. Charlie relaxed, shoulders dropping slightly. She looked at me with open gratitude. Thank you, she said quietly. You're welcome, I replied. The day went on like that. People came, questioned, complained, argued, and laughed. Some walked away disappointed. Some stayed with a strange intensity in their eyes, clinging to the idea that maybe they could change. Angel Dust helped explain things with his own casual spin, making jokes to keep the mood from getting too heavy. Husk mostly stayed behind the bar, but he kept glancing at the crowd with a wary eye. Nifty dashed between guests, straightening chairs, wiping tables, and offering snacks. Alastair observed everything, almost like he was watching a stage show just for him. He only stepped in when someone raised their voice too much, his smile widening just enough to make them lower it again. At one point, the TV flipped back to Vox's channel. He was still talking about other news, but a running banner at the bottom of the screen read, Hazbin Hotel, open for laughs and redemption. Husk snorted at it. Charlie saw it, winced slightly, then turned away and kept working. I saw that tiny flinch, and my chest tightened with a brief, sharp annoyance toward Vox. Not anger that shook me, just a hot, simple dislike. He was far away. The crowd here was not. They mattered more. By the time the red sky outside deepened again, the line had thinned. The demons who truly stayed were scattered inside, talking quietly, filling out forms, or sitting alone on couches. Charlie stood in the middle of the room, looking around at them all. Her eyes looked tired, but her smile stayed soft and real. Vaggie walked up beside her. So. That was, a lot. Charlie let out a breath and nodded. Yet. It was. Vaggie glanced around. But some are still here. Charlie's smile brightened a little. Yet. They are. Vaggie nudged her with her shoulder. Then it was worth it. Charlie laughed under her breath. Yet. She turned to me. Cerberus. Yes. I asked. Thank you for today, she said sincerely. I don't think it would have gone as well without you here. The left head said, it was fun. The right one added, they behaved. I said, I'll keep doing it. Charlie's shoulders relaxed slightly at that. I'm really glad you're with us. Angel Dust stretched, joints popping. I'm exhausted. Next time you do a promo, make sure it doesn't drag half the damn city over, yet. Charlie laughed lightly. No promises. Husk grunted. At least they bought a few drinks. Nifty spun in place, pleased. And they left crumbs. I love cleaning crumbs. Alastair clapped his hands slowly, grin still sharp. What a productive day. Entertainment, conflict, and growth. I'm very satisfied. Vaggie rolled her eyes. Of course you are. I lay down again near the door, feeling the slight ache in my legs from standing so long. It was a good ache. It meant I had done something. The hotel was loud, crowded, and messy, but no one had died. Charlie was still smiling. The guests who stayed looked tired but strangely hopeful. This was exactly the kind of chaos I could live with. Chapter 6, Screens and Offers. The day after the crowd rush, the hotel felt tired. Not broken. Just tired. The air in the lobby was heavy with the smell of dust, alcohol, and something sweet nifty had sprayed everywhere for freshness. Chairs were crooked, a few cushions were on the floor, and there were half-filled glasses left on tables. It looked like a party that forgot to end properly. I lay near the door again, front paws crossed, bodies relaxed. My middle head watched the lobby. The left head dozed with one eye half open. The right head fixed on the old TV behind the bar. Husk was behind that bar, as usual, cleaning the same glass in small circles. Angel Dust lounged on a couch, one leg over the armrest, twirling a string of beads. Vaggie stood near the reception desk looking over forms from the new guests. Charlie moved between them all, checking on everyone with a tired but bright expression. She was exhausted. I could see it in the slight drag to her steps and the way her smile slipped when she thought no one was watching. I was watching. She walked past me and patted my central head once, smiling. "Morning, Cerberus," she said happily. "Morning," I replied. The left head yawned and added, "Tired." The right one muttered, "Still noisy." Charlie laughed softly. "You and me both." Before she could say more, the TV crackled. The screen flickered from static to Vox's logo again, brighter this time, sharper. A jingle played that made my left head twitch. Vox's face filled the screen, clean and sharp and smug. "Good morning, my lovely viewers," he said smoothly. "Vox here, bringing you what you really care about. Ratings, news, and a little bit of fun." Angel Dust groaned. "This guy again." Husk muttered, "He never shuts up." Vaggie looked up, eyes already narrowed. Charlie froze, half turned toward the TV. "And speaking of fun," Vox continued, the background behind him shifting into a mock-up graphic of the Hazbin Hotel logo, "let's talk about the hottest little train wreck on this side of hell." The logo on screen changed into a distorted version. The text read, "Hazbin Hotel, Redemption or Ridiculous." I felt my right head growl softly on its own. My middle head stayed calm. The left head snorted. Angel Dust slid upright on the couch. "Oh, this is gonna be stupid." Vox grinned. "Now, some of you saw the little clip we aired yesterday. Cute, right? Princess Charlie, big smile, big dreams, and her new security system, a three-headed dog who looks like he could swallow you whole." A replay of our broadcast clip popped up, framed in flashing text that said "so serious and very safe" in sarcastic fonts. Charlie winced slightly. Her tail lowered just a bit. Vox's voice cut over the clip. "But what's really going on at this so-called Redemption Hotel? Is it real? Is it safe? Is it anything more than a glorified daycare for lost idiots?" Alastair appeared near the base of the stairs in a flicker of static, grin wide, eyes interested. He folded his hands behind his back and watched. Vaggie growled under her breath. "Turn it off." Charlie held up a hand. "Wait," she said quietly. Her voice was thin but steady. "Let's see what he says." Her jaw was tight. Her smile was gone. She stared at the screen without blinking. Vox snapped his fingers on screen. The view shifted to a fake news desk with two other demons, both wearing sharp suits and smug smiles. Above them, a headline read, "Hazbin Hoax? Panel reacts." One demon laughed. "Redemption? In hell? That's adorable." The other chimed in, "I watched that ad." She looked like she was trying not to cry the whole time. Vox appeared between them as a graphic. "And let's not forget their new mascot," he said cheerfully. A still image of me appeared, fangs visible, all three heads alert. Nothing says trust us like a monster that could bite your soul off. Angel Dust rolled his eyes. He wishes he had a guard dog like this. Husk snorted. He'd slap a logo on you and sell lunch boxes. One of the panel demons leaned toward the camera. Word on the street is some idiots lined up outside yesterday. They really think this place can fix them. Joke's on them. The other replied, amused, yet. The only thing that hotel will fix is someone's comedy itch. They laughed, and canned laughter played over them. The sound was hollow. In front of me, Charlie's shoulders stiffened. She held her notebook so tight the edges bent. I saw her bite the inside of her cheek. Vox's face filled the screen again. So, should you go to the Hazbin hotel? Sure. If you want to waste your time. Or if you want to gawk at the circus. But if you want real entertainment, stay right here with us. We'll keep you company. The segment shifted into an ad for some flashy product. The banner at the bottom still flashed, Hazbin Hotel, overhyped. Under-real. Husk finally picked up the remote and turned the volume down. The images kept moving on the screen, but the sound became a dull murmur. Silence in the room felt heavier than any noise had. Charlie stared at the darkened TV, then forced her eyes away and smiled. It looked tired, but it was still her. Well, she said, trying to sound normal, at least they're talking about us. Vaggie turned to her, angry and worried at the same time. Charlie, that was not okay. He's trying to destroy your reputation. Charlie laughed weakly. I didn't really have one to start with. I rose to my feet, claws scraping lightly against the floor. All three heads watched her. He just made more people look again, I said calmly. Her eyes flicked to me. There was a tiny shine of moisture there, but she blinked it away. Her smile grew a little more real. Yet. You're right. It's just hard. Hearing them laugh like that. Vaggie stepped closer and put a hand on her back. They've been laughing for years. You're still here. That's what matters. Charlie nodded slowly and inhaled. When she exhaled, some of the tension left her shoulders. Yet. I'm fine. Really. We'll just keep working. If they come to laugh, they might still stay to listen. Angel Dust hopped off the couch, stretching. If they come to laugh, I'll charge them for tickets. Husk grunted. If they come to drink, I don't care what they think. Alastair clapped his hands once, soft and amused. Well. This certainly spices things up. Free advertising and opposition in one neat package. How lively. Vaggie glared at him. You seem way too happy about this. He smiled. Conflict breeds movement. Stagnation is such a drag. I watched Charlie. She took another breath and shook her head as if resetting herself. Her smile steadied. Okay. If they're going to talk about us, we'll just show them who we really are. No matter what he says. I said, you handled yesterday. You'll handle this. Her expression softened at that. Thanks, Cerberus. As if the city had been waiting for its cue, there was a knock at the door. One sharp, precise rap. Not eager. Not chaotic. Controlled. The left head tilted. Different. The right head narrowed its eyes. Important. I walked to the door and opened it with one paw. A demon stood on the steps. He was tall and neat, dressed in a crisp black suit with a subtle pattern of static lines running through the fabric. His face was covered by a sleek half-mask shaped like a stylized screen, one eye a glowing square. The resemblance to Vox's aesthetic was clear, but the presence was smaller, quieter. Not the main star. A representative. He smiled politely. Good afternoon. Hazbin Hotel, correct? Yes, I said, blocking most of the doorway with my body. His gaze flicked over my 3 heads, then down to my paws, then back up. No fear, but definite calculation. Excellent. Then I'm in the right place. Charlie hurried up behind me, wiping her hands on her skirt. Hello, she said kindly. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. Are you here for redemption? He chuckled. No, no. Nothing like that. I'm here on behalf of an interested party. Vaggie joined us, eyes narrowed. What kind of interested party? He placed a hand over his chest and gave a small bow. You may call me Proxy. I'm an agent for various overlords. Today, I represent 2 in particular with curiosity about your establishment and its new asset. His gaze landed on me again. My left head blinked. Asset. The right head snorted, unimpressed. Charlie's smile flickered. We're not an asset house, she said gently. We're a hotel. For rehabilitation. Proxy smiled. It was polite, professional, and empty. Of course you are. And it is exactly because of that unique position that my employers are interested. May I come in? I'd rather not discuss business on the street. Vaggie's grip tightened on her spear. We're not making any deals. I'm just here to talk, Proxy said calmly. No contracts unless requested. Charlie hesitated. She looked at me. I met her eyes and said, I'll stay close. She nodded slightly, then stepped back. All right. You can come inside. But this is just a conversation. Nothing more, he replied smoothly, stepping into the lobby. He walked with confidence but not swagger, eyes scanning the room with quick, efficient movements. He took in the bar, the couches, the scattered new guests, and the old TV still playing a muted Vox program. Alastair watched from near the stairs, smile fixed, eyes bright. He did not approach yet. Proxy stopped in the center of the lobby and turned back to us. First, allow me to say, yesterday was quite a sight. The crowds alone were enough to make several overlords raise an eyebrow. And today's coverage certainly stirred the pot. Angel Dust scoffed from the couch. Yeah, your boss really laid it on thick. Proxy smiled faintly. Vox has many approaches. Some are more theatrical than others. Charlie crossed her arms over her chest, hugging her notebook lightly. If he's so interested, he can talk to me himself, she said. He doesn't need to send someone. Proxy shook his head. This isn't only about Vox. That made Vaggie bristle. Who else? Several eyes are on your hotel now, Proxy said plainly. When something in hell starts drawing crowds, the higher seats start paying attention. Some don't care. Some are annoyed. Some see opportunities. His gaze returned to me again. And some notice when a creature like that suddenly appears and takes a side. I stared back. Creature like what? I asked. Like you, he said simply. Old power. Big aura. Mythic branding. Overlords see leverage in that. Alastair finally stepped forward, tapping his cane lightly on the floor. My, such flowery business talk, he said cheerfully. Get to the point, little messenger. You're boring the dog. Proxy inclined his head slightly. Very well. Certain interested parties would like to make an offer to Cerberus. Charlie stiffened. An offer? Proxy nodded. Guard work. Territory security. Symbolic presence. You're very striking. You would look excellent outside a major tower or network hub. The right head growled. No. The left head bared its teeth a little, amused. He's trying to buy us. Proxy raised his hands in a calming gesture. No ownership implied. A contract. Pay, protection, status. Better positioning than playing doorman for a sinking project. His tone stayed polite, but it had an edge now. Vaggie stepped in front of Charlie slightly. We're not sinking. Proxy's eye screen flickered. The current ratings coverage suggests otherwise. Charlie's expression tightened, but she spoke clearly. If they're making offers, then we're not irrelevant. He smiled again. True. Which is why I'm here before someone less civil comes knocking. He turned fully to me. Cerberus. My employers are prepared to give you a significant role. Territory, resources, influence. You would not be stuck at one door. You would guard entire blocks. You would be feared and respected. My left head looked bored. Sounds dull. The right head rumbled, annoyed. He keeps talking. I held all three steady and answered, I already have a place. Proxy tilted his head. This hotel? Yes, I said simply. I guard here. Charlie's eyes widened slightly. Her cheeks gained a faint flush of emotion. Proxy chuckled. You do realize this is a risky bet. This hotel could crumble in months. Overlords are stable. I shook my head once. She's not, I said, nodding toward Charlie, and she is the hotel. She's not crumbling. Charlie stared at me for a second. Her eyes shone in a way that made my chest feel unexpectedly warm. Proxy studied me, then exhaled slowly. You're loyal. I expected that. Loyalty can be redirected sometimes. Vaggie's tone sharpened. Not here, it can't. Alastair's smile grew. Oh, I don't know. It's very entertaining watching him try. Proxy ignored him. Think carefully, he said to me. If you stay here, you put yourself between this project and every powerful entity who gets annoyed by it. If you move to a safer post, you protect yourself and gain leverage you can use later. I frowned slightly. I don't care about leverage. The left head added, cheerful, I care about good company. The right one snorted. And a place to stand. I smiled a little through the middle mouth. This place has both. Charlie laughed quietly. It was a soft, disbelieving sound, but happy. Proxy watched all three of my faces. The glow in his eye dimmed a fraction. So your answer is no? Yes, I said immediately. Charlie let out a tiny breath of relief. Vaggie's shoulders eased a little. Proxy lowered his hands. Understood. I'll report that to my employers. Alastair tilted his head and said lightly, do tell them I'm keeping an eye on their interest. I simply love knowing who thinks they can poach from this little haven. Proxy's screen eye flickered toward him. Some of them are watching you too, Radio Demon. Alastair's grin didn't move. I'd be offended if they weren't. Proxy turned back to Charlie. In that case, I will leave you with one final point. This attention will not fade quickly. The more noise your hotel makes, the more people will try to claim, crush, or reshape it. You should be ready. Charlie lifted her chin. We'll handle it. He looked at her for a moment, then nodded. We'll see. He gave a short bow and walked to the door. I moved aside just enough to let him pass, all three heads following his movements closely. He stepped onto the stairs and paused without turning back. For what it's worth, I respect commitment, he said. Good luck, Cerberus. Good luck, Princess. Then he descended the steps and disappeared into the city crowd. The door closed with a soft click. Silence settled for a heartbeat. Then Angel Dust let out a low whistle. Well, damn. Dog, you just turned down Overlord money. Husk snorted. Hope you like this dump. You're stuck with us now. Nifty peeked from behind the reception counter. Stuck? That sounds cozy. Vaggie turned to me, eyes softer than usual. You really meant that? About staying? Yes, I said simply. This place is more interesting. The left head added, cheerful, and I liked Charlie's voice. The right one rolled its eyes a little but said, and the work is clear. Charlie walked up to me. Her smile now was small but very real. I don't know what to say, she admitted honestly. Thank you. For choosing to stay. For real. I shrugged my shoulders slightly, chains clinking. You need someone at the door, I said. It's simple. Her eyes softened even more. Yet. We do. I'm really glad it's you. Vaggie hooked an arm gently around Charlie's waist and pulled her close. We'll deal with whatever they throw at us, she said. Like always. Alastair laughed quietly, tapping his cane on the floor. Oh, this is going to be very fun to watch. I lay back down near the entrance, facing both the lobby and the door again. The city hummed outside. The TV in the corner continued to show muted ads from Vox's network. I ignored the screen. I listened to Charlie's soft talking with Vaggie, Angel's teasing remarks, Husk's grumbling, Nifty's excited cleaning chatter, and Alastair's amused comments. This was my post now. I was fine with that. Chapter 7, Crowded Lobby and Screens. The next wave started with the television. I was at my usual place by the front doors, lying with my paws crossed and my tail still. The lobby was busy but not chaotic. A handful of new sinners sat on the couches and chairs, talking in low voices. A stack of sign-up forms sat on the reception desk. Charlie moved between them all, checking in, smiling, pointing them to rooms. Vaggie stayed close, watching everyone with a careful gaze. Angel Dust lounged across an armchair, legs up, arms behind his head, pretending to relax while his eyes flicked over every conversation. Husk stood behind the bar, cleaning a glass that probably did not need any more cleaning. Nifty zipped around with a duster. The TV behind the bar was on low volume, running one of Vox's endless streams of talk, ads, and noise. Husk usually left it that way. It filled the silence without taking over the room. The left head watched the door. The right head watched the guests. My middle head watched both and listened to the TV out of the corner of my mind. That was when the logo changed. The Vox Tech symbol flashed brighter, the colors sharper. The music under it cut and switched to a more serious beat. Husk glanced up briefly. Angel lifted his head a little. Here we go again, Angel said lazily. Husk reached for the remote. Before he could lower the volume, a familiar image appeared on the screen. Me. A freeze-frame image of me standing beside Charlie, from our promo. All three heads alert, eyes straight forward. The banner under it read in bold letters. Cerberus, Hell's new threat? The right head let out a low, annoyed rumble. The left head snorted. I kept my middle head still and listened. Vox appeared in a split screen beside the image, smiling wide. Good evening, Pentagram City, he said smoothly. Vox here, with a closer look at a rising figure in our little home. You may have seen this creature on our air recently, standing beside Princess Charlie in that little redemption commercial. Charlie stopped mid-sentence near the reception desk. Her guest blinked at her. She slowly turned toward the TV. Vaggie stiffened and followed her gaze. Some of the sinners in the lobby looked up too. Their expressions shifted from boredom to interest. Vox gestured toward my frozen image. This is Cerberus, he said, voice with a faint mockery. 3 heads, chains, big teeth, and no official record in the books. Not registered, not documented, not vetted. The TV switched to low-quality footage from across the street, probably recorded yesterday by someone in the crowd. It showed me standing at the top of the stairs as demons lined up, my 3 heads watching them. Look at this, Vox continued. Our favorite hopeful project brings in an untracked beast and sets it up as the doorman. Adorable, right? Laughter from some panel off-screen played. Husk swore quietly under his breath. Angel Dust rolled his eyes. He's really gotta pick a new hobby. Vox's smile twisted just enough to look sharper. Now, I did some digging, he said. And guess what? No one knows where this thing came from. Not heaven. Not hell. Not any known circle. It just showed up in the palace and got dropped off at a failing hotel like a lost puppy. A murmur went through the room. One of the guests on the couch whispered, "Palace." I knew that part already. Lucifer had said as much. Still, hearing it framed like this made something tighten in my chest. Not fear. Just annoyance. The left head muttered, "He's trying too hard." The right head said, "He wants a reaction." I gave him none. Vox leaned closer to the camera. "So here's a question," he said, tone light but pointed. "Would you bring your soul to a place guarded by a creature that could rip you apart if it sneezes wrong? Do you trust your redemption to someone who thought that was a smart choice?" The screen cut to a fake poll graphic with text, "Cerberus Guardian or Garbage?" with animated voting bars. Angel snorted. "That's not even a real poll." Husk replied, "Never is." But the guests were watching now, some with frowns, some with uncertain faces. Charlie took a step forward, fists clenched at her sides. "That's not fair," she said quietly. Vox's voice kept going. "So, my lovely viewers, when you think of the Hazbin Hotel now, remember this: behind that smiling princess is a dangerous, unknown monster who answers to no one. Come for the comedy, not for safety." The logo flashed again. The segment moved on to a different story. Husk turned the volume way down. Silence dropped over the lobby like a blanket. Charlie's face was tight. Her shoulders trembled slightly before she forced them to relax. She turned slowly toward the room, smile trying to come back. A demon near the couch, tall and lean with pale purple skin and a long narrow face, laughed once. His eyes were yellow, sharp, and his teeth showed in a half smirk. He wore a dark vest with a jagged neckline and rolled up sleeves, like he wanted to look casual but ready. "Damn," he said loudly. "They really called you a monster on national screens." He looked right at me. I watched him with all 3 heads. Calm. Curious. Charlie stepped in quickly, smile a little stiff. "Cerberus is here to keep everyone safe," she said firmly. "He's kind and reliable. He hasn't hurt anyone." The demon spread his hands. Sure. I'm just saying, if I saw that thing in a lineup, I'd pick him for most likely to chew through a building." A few of the other guests chuckled nervously. I tilted my middle head slightly. "You talk a lot for someone standing in my lobby," I said. My tone stayed neutral. He grinned wider. "Relax, big guy. I'm just having fun." He leaned back on the couch arm, crossing one leg over the other. "Name's Sliver," he said, loud enough for the room. "Been around a while. Seen a lot. This setup you've got here? It's cute. You're trying hard." Charlie tried to redirect the mood. "We really appreciate you being here, Sliver. If you're serious about redemption." He cut her off with a raised hand. "Oh, sure, I'll fill out your little forms. I like trying new things. But you gotta admit, if that TV guy's right, you're walking around with a loaded weapon at your front door." He jabbed a thumb in my direction. Vaggy's wings twitched. You don't have to stay, she said bluntly. If you're just here to stir up trouble, you can leave. Sliver looked offended for half a second, then laughed. Hey, no need to be so tense. I'm interested. That's a compliment. His eyes slid back to me. They were too focused, too aware. He was watching everything. How the other guests reacted. How I moved. How Charlie held herself beside me. He was enjoying the attention. Fine. I could handle that. Charlie gave a small, controlled smile. We can answer any questions you have, she said. We want everyone to feel safe here. Cerberus included. Sliver smirked. Oh, I feel great. I love living on the edge. He stood up slowly, stretching his arms above his head. His joints cracked lightly. Tell you what, he said casually, speaking to the room instead of just her. If he's really under control, then I can say anything I want and he won't do a thing. He faced me fully now. Right. I looked at him. You can test that if you want, I said. The left head added, amused, we're good at tests. The right head rumbled in agreement. Sliver's grin flashed. Careful. I might get creative. He moved away, but his presence lingered in the room like a sharp edge. Charlie exhaled slowly, her shoulders dropping. She looked at me with a small, grateful expression. Thank you for not reacting, she said quietly. I reacted enough, I answered. Her smile wobbled, then held steady. You're doing great. The day went on. The TV stayed on low. Vox moved on to other stories, but the words new threat and monster hung in the back of the room like dust. Some guests glanced at me more often. Some seemed reassured by my stillness. Some looked uneasy. Sliver watched everything. He joined small conversations just long enough to leave little comments. You really trust this place? He asked one demon quietly near the snack table. With that at the front. We're in hell, the demon replied. Nowhere is safe. But if it snaps? Sliver said, shrugging. We're all stuck in the same building. He bumped someone's shoulder accidentally in the hallway and laughed it off louder than necessary. He made jokes about guard dog tricks where other guests could hear. He watched me each time, waiting. Most of the time, I did nothing. I lay there, observed, and only moved when needed. I knew this type. In any world, some people liked to prod until something broke. Near evening, when the crimson light outside grew darker, the main lobby was full again. Not as packed as the crowd day, but busy. A group of 4 sinners sat at one cluster of couches, arguing over the rules on Charlie's pamphlet. Sliver stood near them, hands in his pockets, doing that casual lean that wasn't really casual. He nudged their conversation every so often like he was stirring a pot. This line here, one demon said, pointing, no mindless violence inside hotel grounds. What counts as mindless? Probably anything fun, another muttered. Sliver snorted. You ask me, if someone takes a swing at you, you swing back. That's not mindless. That's self-respect. The first demon frowned. But the point is to stop. Sliver rolled his eyes. Sure. Until someone shoves you down the stairs and the dog is too busy being safe to do anything. He said the word dog like it was an insult. The right head exhaled smoke through its nostrils. Annoying. The left head sounded entertained. He's almost funny. I stayed put by the door. Charlie passed by the group, noticed the tension, and stopped with that careful diplomatic smile she used when things were close to getting out of hand. Hey, she said kindly, everything okay over here? One of the demons shrugged. Just talking. Sliver turned, smiled at her in a friendly way. All good, princess. Just figuring out your rules. You know how it is. She relaxed a little. If you have any questions, you can always ask me or Vaggie, she said. Oh, I will, he replied lightly. She moved on. Sliver's eyes went back to me. After another half hour, he finally pushed harder. It started small. He tripped and spilled a drink onto another demon's lap. Red liquid splashed over their shirt. The demon jumped up, cursing. What the hell, man? Sliver put his hands up. Sorry. My foot slipped. His smile did not look sorry at all. The soaked demon shoved him. Sliver stumbled back a step, then laughed. Oh, so we're doing that? He pushed back. Harder. Chairs scraped. Someone yelled, hey! I stood immediately. Claws dug against the floor. All three heads snapped toward them. Charlie whirled around from the reception desk. Hey! Stop, she called, voice sharp. Vaggie was already reaching for her spear. Sliver bumped the other demon again with more force, sending him into a table. A glass shattered. The crowd tensed. The pushed demon snarled and swung a fist. Sliver dodged, but let the punch graze his jaw enough to leave a mark. He hissed, then grinned wide. Yeah. That's it, he said softly. He looked directly at me. The right head growled. Loud this time. Sound cut through the room like a line. Everyone froze except Sliver and the demon. Sliver shoved the other demon one more time, right toward a group of guests, knocking a chair over. That was enough. I charged forward. The ground shook under my weight. The left and right head snapped their jaws, teeth clacking. The central head fixed straight on Sliver. My body moved clean and controlled. Sliver's eyes lit up in excitement. He barely had time to react before I reached them. I slammed one paw between him and the other demon, claws digging into the floor, blocking both from moving any closer to the bystanders. The left head turned on the soaked demon and barked in his face, loud and sharp. He flinched back, eyes wide, all aggression drained in an instant. The right head loomed over Sliver, lips pulled back over its teeth in a low snarl. My middle head hung between them both. Enough, I said clearly. The room held its breath. Sliver looked up into my central eyes, still smiling, but there was a new gleam there. Satisfaction. Measure. Interest. He had wanted this. Charlie ran up, breathing hard. Stop, she said again, more out of reflex than need now. No fighting in the lobby. Please. Vaggie came to her side, spear in hand, glaring at everyone involved. You wanna start something, you take it outside and away from the hotel. The soaked demon raised his hands quickly. I'm done, he said uneasily. I'm done. It was an accident. He backed away, sliding around my paw, clearly wanting no part of my attention. Sliver, though, held his ground. He lifted his hands slowly, palms open. Hey, he said lightly. No problem here. Just a misunderstanding, right? He glanced around, voice pitched just loud enough for the nearby guests. Good thing we've got a big, friendly, totally under control monster watching out for us. His eyes flicked meaningfully to my central head, like he was marking how far I would go. I kept my voice calm. You're done provoking, I said. He raised an eyebrow. Provoking? I just spilled a drink. You pushed, the left head said. You kept pushing, the right head added. He watched both side heads, then returned to the center. And you didn't bite, he said. Good to know. Charlie stepped closer, lightly touching my shoulder. Just her fingertips. Cerberus, she said softly, it's okay. You can let them go now. I held Sliver's gaze for a few extra seconds, then pulled back, drawing my paw off the floor and stepping away. I positioned myself between them and the rest of the lobby instead, my body a wall. Sliver rolled his shoulders and smiled. See, he said to the guests. Safe as houses. His tone made it sound like an insult. Vaggie frowned at him. You're on thin ice. He lifted his hands. Relax. I'm just testing the system. Charlie's expression sharpened. This is not something to test for fun, she said firmly. People could get hurt. He looked at her for a long moment. His smile faded just a little. Fine, he said quietly. I'll play nice. He walked away, but there was no apology in his posture. The guests slowly returned to their seats. The noise level rose again, but with a nervous edge now. Charlie let out a breath and patted my front leg. You did great, she said. Her eyes were still a little wide from the adrenaline, but she smiled at me. I didn't have to hurt anyone, I said. Exactly, she replied quickly. Angel Dust made a little clapping gesture from his chair. Nice work, big guy. 10 out of 10 show. Scared the crap out of everybody. Husk grunted. At least he didn't break anything important. Nifty was already sweeping up the broken glass with brisk, happy motions. I'll have this cleaned up in no time. Alastair leaned on his cane from the edge of the room, eyes bright. What an excellent display, he said calmly. Control, presence, and just enough fear. Very effective. Vaggie still glared in the direction Sliver had gone. I don't like that guy, she said. He's stirring the pot on purpose. Charlie nodded and bit her lip briefly before catching herself. We'll keep an eye on him, she said. If he keeps causing problems, we can ask him to leave. I rumbled softly. If he puts anyone in real danger, I'll stop him. Her gaze met mine. She saw I meant it. Her shoulders relaxed. I know, she said. That's why I'm glad you're here. The rest of the evening stayed tense but manageable. Sliver did not start anything else, but he watched. He watched me, Charlie, Vaggie, and the guests. He watched the TV whenever Vox's face showed. Vox's smear ran again later in a shorter loop, the headline about me flashing at the bottom of the screen. Some guests glanced back and forth between the TV and my form at the door. I ignored the noise from the screen. I watched the room. People laughed. People argued. People filled out forms or tossed them aside. Charlie kept floating through them like a small, determined spark of light, her smile a little tired but still there every time someone looked at her. Vaggie watched her back. Angel jokingly teased both guests and staff, keeping things from getting heavy. Husk kept the drinks moving. Nifty kept the place from turning into a trash heap. Alastair stood at the edge, enjoying the show. I stayed at the front, 3 heads tracking everything, body ready to move if anything tipped over the line again. Vox could say whatever he wanted on his screens. I knew where I stood. Right here. Chapter 8, Orders in the Lobby. The next day started lazy. The hotel always moved slower after a tense night. The air felt thicker, but not in a bad way. Just heavy with people who had argued, cried, and then fallen asleep in unfamiliar beds. I lay in my usual place near the doors, front paws stretched out, chains resting in loose loops against my legs. The left head rested on one paw, eyes half closed. The right head watched the room with a steady stare. My middle head watched both the lobby and the glass doors ahead. Charlie walked through the room with a stack of papers pressed against her chest. She greeted every guest she passed with a smile, even if her eyes were a little tired. Vaggie moved at her side most of the time, focused and tense, scanning faces and keeping track of who was where. Angel Dust was on the couch again, one leg bouncing to some rhythm only he heard. Husk wiped down the bar for the 10th time in an hour. Nifty polished the same wall sconce 3 times, muttering happily about smudges. Alastair was simply there. One moment the space beside the reception desk was empty, the next he stood there, cane in hand, grin settled on his face. And Sliver leaned by the far wall near a small table, hands tucked into his vest pockets, watching everything with that sharp, lazy stare. I looked at him with my right head, curious. The left head huffed quietly and closed its eye again. He looked ordinary enough for hell. Purple skin, narrow face, yellow eyes, sharp teeth when he smiled. His clothes were neat in a purposeful way. He moved just enough to be noticed, but not enough to look obvious. I did not take him too seriously yet. Not many people here could actually do anything that bothered me. What I did take seriously sat in the middle of the room, checking a clipboard and explaining rules to a small cluster of demons. Charlie kept her voice upbeat as she spoke. So, again, just to make it clear, she said kindly, no random violence inside the hotel. If you feel angry, you can talk to us, or take a walk, or write about it. We're here to help you, not punish you. One of the demons frowned. What if someone hits me first? Vaggie answered that one. Then you call us, she said firmly. We'll handle it. You start brawling in the middle of the lobby and you're out. The demon looked at me. And the dog? Charlie smiled at me. Cerberus helps keep things calm, she said. He's very responsible. The left head gave a small satisfied chuff. The right head straightened slightly. I lifted my middle head in a little nod. Sliver watched that exchange with a faint grin. After a while, the guests drifted away to their own corners. Charlie and Vaggie returned to the desk to go over more forms. The TV behind the bar played on low volume. Vox's logo popped up sometimes, but Husk turned it down whenever he started talking about the hotel again. I did not mind. I already knew he liked the sound of his own voice too much. It was almost peaceful. Then Sliver moved. He pushed himself off the wall and strolled across the room casually, heading toward the hallway that led to the bathrooms and back exit. He gave me a little two-finger salute as he passed. Gonna stretch my legs, he said easily. Don't worry, big guy, I'll stay out of trouble. The left head let out a small amused rumble. Liar. The right head muttered, he smells like problems. I watched him go, but did not follow. There were other guests around. Charlie was safe in the lobby. Vaggie was there. Alastair was watching. I stayed at my post and counted his footsteps until they faded. A few minutes passed. Charlie chatted with a nervous-looking sinner near the couches, explaining how daily check-ins worked. Nifty dusted under tables. Angel spun a coin across his knuckles. Husk poured himself a drink. Then something faint tickled at the edge of my hearing. The left head perked up. Voice. The right head turned toward the hallway. There. I focused all three. The sound came in little fragments from around the corner. Sliver's voice, quiet but not quiet enough for my ears. Another sound too. A small device, something electronic buzzing in short bursts. I pushed myself up and padded a few steps toward the hall entrance but did not go in yet. Yet, I'm still here, Sliver's voice said in the distance, light but strained. Takes time. You wanted subtle. The other sound replied, filtered through something. It sounded flat and mechanical, with a sharp edge. I could not make out all the words at this distance, but a few slid through. Ratings. Push harder. Get it violent. The right head bared its teeth. Knew it. The left head said, he's on a call. Sliver answered again, a bit tenser. You wanna provoke that thing in a crowded lobby? Seriously? You know how fast I can die in here. A crackling laugh came from the device. Then another clear word, footage. Sliver swore under his breath. You're all the same. Fine. I'll try. But if I get eaten, I'm haunting the feed. I smiled slightly with my central head. He would not be eaten unless he really asked for it. I backed away from the hall entrance and returned to my spot by the doors. I did not say anything yet. I wanted to see how far he would go. I did not take him very seriously. Not until he became a real problem. That happened faster than I expected. Sliver came back out after a few minutes. His expression was smooth again, mouth curved in an easy grin, shoulders loose. Only his eyes gave away anything sharp. He stepped into the room and looked around, almost as if picking targets. His gaze passed over Charlie, lingered on me, moved to a group of guests near the middle, came back to Charlie again, then to the TV mounted near the bar. He smiled a little wider. Vox's face was on screen again, muted, talking to someone off camera. Sliver watched the movements of his mouth for a second, then turned toward the lobby with sudden energy. He clapped his hands together once. Hey, he said loudly. Why's the sound off? I like having something to listen to. Husk scowled. I like not hearing him, he said. Sliver walked over and leaned on the bar. He's free entertainment. Let him talk. Husk's tail flicked. No. Sliver chuckled and straightened. You really are no fun. He spun on his heel and sauntered to the middle of the room instead. The group of demons who had been arguing about rules earlier were back, sitting around a low table with a deck of cards. Sliver slid himself in near them. Deal me in, he said easily. I need a distraction. They shrugged and let him sit. Cards slapped the table. Coins clinked. Voices rose and fell. It seemed harmless for a while. I watched him without tension at first. The left head blinked slowly. The right head kept its gaze steady. Then he started raising his voice bit by bit. He laughed loudly at jokes that were not very funny. He made comments that nudged people's pride. Come on, that bet was weak, he said to one demon. You scared? No, the demon snapped. Another demon lost a hand and swore. Sliver teased him about it for 3 turns in a row. He made sure his words carried across the room. Guess some of us don't know how to handle pressure, he said. Good thing we've got a giant dog to babysit us. The left head rolled its eyes. The right head snorted. I shifted my paws, but stayed down. Charlie glanced over while passing by with a notepad. Her smile stayed, but her eyebrows pulled together slightly. Everything okay over here? She asked. Perfect, Sliver said cheerfully. Just getting to know the neighbors. She nodded slowly. All right. Just remember, this is a safe place. We're not here to hurt each other. Right. Safety, Sliver said. Wouldn't want to upset the big guy at the door. He flashed me a quick grin. Charlie gave me a quick look that silently asked if things were fine. I dipped my central head once in a calm nod. She relaxed and moved on. I kept my body loose and cheerful. There was no reason to growl yet. For now it was all small pokes. That changed when the front of the hotel lit up with a bright flash behind the doors. Not an explosion. Just a sudden bright glow. My left head jerked up. Light. The right snapped toward the glass. Outside. A familiar energy pressed through the gaps around the frame. Warm, bright, old. I grinned with my middle head even before he appeared. The doors swung inward without my help. Lucifer Morningstar stepped through as if he had walked in 100 times. He wore his usual red suit, perfectly pressed, bow tie sharp, shoes spotless. His golden eyes shone with easy amusement, and his tail swayed behind him with a calm rhythm. "Well, would you look at this," he said happily. "The whole gang at home and no one on fire. I'm impressed." Charlie turned at the sound of his voice. Her entire face brightened in less than a second. "Dad," she said cheerfully, hurrying forward. "You're here." She almost dropped her notepad on the floor. Vaggie straightened immediately, relaxing just a bit when she saw who it was, then tensing again in a different way. "Oh. It's you," she said. Lucifer opened his arms and caught Charlie when she reached him, lifting her slightly off the ground in a brief hug. "Of course I'm here," he said warmly. "I saw the newest broadcast and the charming little smear campaign personally targeting my favorite three-headed friend. I simply had to stop by." He looked over her shoulder at me, grinning. "And to see how my good boy is handling the attention." I padded forward a few steps, tail swaying. "I barked at a few people," I said cheerfully. "Nobody died." Lucifer laughed. "Wonderful. That's exactly the balance we want." The left head wagged a little. "Hi." The right head said, "Vox is annoying." Lucifer smirked. "Yes, he is. But he is also bored. Bored people throw stones." Vaggie crossed her arms. "Stones that hit Charlie." Lucifer's smile softened. "Which is why I am here," he said kindly. Charlie stepped back slightly, flustered but happy. "It's fine," she said. "Really? I can handle it. We're actually getting more guests because of it." Lucifer looked around the room. His eyes passed over each sinner, over Husk, over Angel, over Nifty, over Alastair. His gaze landed on Sliver and stayed just half a second longer than on anyone else. Sliver's easy grin faltered a little, then came back. He straightened his posture. "That's Lucifer," he murmured to the card table, sounding both impressed and cautious. Alastair gave a small bow from where he stood. "Your Majesty," he said pleasantly. Lucifer smiled at him. "Alastair. Still loitering?" Alastair chuckled. "Someone has to enjoy the show." Lucifer laughed. "Fair enough." Charlie gestured around, nervous but proud. "So, yeah, things have been busy, but in a good way. We had a lot of guests come through because of the promo. Some stayed, some left. We managed a few fights without too much damage." Lucifer glanced at me with amusement. "Oh, I saw. The footage online is very flattering. You look very impressive when you lunge." "I didn't bite anyone," I said happily. "Even when they tried hard." Charlie nodded quickly. "He's been amazing," she said. "We probably would have lost control without him." A few of the guests looked at me differently after that, with more trust than before. Sliver watched all of this with a tight, controlled expression. He had wanted a big violent moment. Instead he was now standing in the same room as the King of Hell. I found that funny. Lucifer clapped his hands together once. "So. I was thinking. Since I am honored by airtime on that charming blockhead station, and my daughter is the star of all this, why don't we make a little afternoon of it? Talk, catch up, maybe have a snack. And I can see this mysterious troublemaker everyone keeps talking about on my feeds." He tilted his head toward me and winked. Charlie laughed. "You just want to see the dog that made the news." Lucifer placed a hand over his chest. "I want to see my daughter, her project, and the dog. In that order." Vaggie huffed but did not argue with that. Sliver left the card table. He drifted closer to the center of the room, within easy earshot. He wiped his hands down his vest, adjusting it, as if preparing for a performance. Lucifer noticed the motion and shifted his attention. "Ah," he said, smiling politely. "You're new. I don't believe we've met." Sliver froze a split second, then smiled back. "Guess not," he said. "Name Sliver. Just a guest." Lucifer's eyes remained bright and cheerful, but the depth behind them sharpened. "A guest is important," he said. "Guests make or break the mood." Sliver shrugged. "I try to keep things lively." Angel Dust muttered from his couch, "That's one way to put it." Charlie winced slightly. "He's still adjusting," she said. Lucifer's smile did not fade. "Aren't we all?" He walked a slow circle in the room, looking at everything, hands clasped behind his back. He hummed something under his breath. While he moved, Sliver's hand slipped into his pocket. The right head caught the motion. The left head whispered, "Again." The right head said, "Device." I shifted my weight and angled my body. I stayed relaxed, but I ended up between Sliver and the densest cluster of guests. Lucifer came to a stop near the bar and leaned forward to peer at the TV. It was still on low volume on a Vox replay block. His own face appeared briefly in a short clip in the corner of the broadcast, labeled Lucifer comment. Lucifer laughed. "He even uses my image to sell his nonsense," he said. "At least he has taste." Husk grunted. "You want me to turn it off?" Lucifer waved it away. "No, no. Let him talk. I came here to see how everyone here responds, not him." He turned around and leaned back against the bar, arms spread on the edge, casual and light. His gaze swept the room again. Sliver's fingers moved inside his pocket. A tiny click sounded. I heard it clearly. The left head locked on his hand. Switch. The right head focused straight on Sliver's face. Sliver's eyes flashed with a faint static glow for a brief moment. He grinned. He raised his voice. "So, since we're all here," he said in a joking tone, "maybe we should test this whole safety thing properly." Charlie tensed. "Sliver," she said carefully, "that's not funny." He shrugged. "What?" "I'm just saying, if we're supposed to trust this place, we should see how it holds up if something actually goes wrong." He gave me a pointed look. Then he moved. He stepped sideways fast and shoved one of the smaller demons near him hard enough to send them stumbling backward toward a table. At the same time, he threw his other hand out toward a different guest and snapped his fingers. A small spark burst from his fingertips. It hit a hanging light fixture near the wall. The fixture popped and dropped glass shards downward. The demon under it screamed and jerked away. The shards missed their head by less than a step. A few cut into their arm instead. They clutched it and cried out in pain. The room exploded into noise. Husk swore. Nifty dropped her duster. Angel sat bolt upright. Other guests jumped to their feet. Charlie gasped, hands flying to her mouth. Her eyes went straight to the injured demon. "Are you okay?" she cried, already rushing over. Vaggie grabbed her spear and moved to cover her. Lucifer's cheerful face went very still for the first time since he arrived. The light in his eyes sharpened in a way that felt heavy and quiet. I moved fast. All three heads snapped toward Sliver, and my body followed. I crossed the distance between us in a few heavy steps, claws digging into the floor. The right head snarled openly now, teeth bared. The left head watched his hands. The central head fixed on his eyes. Sliver staggered back once as I approached, but he did not look surprised. For an instant, he looked satisfied. "Careful," he said loudly, smiling wide. "If you attack me in front of everyone, that proves his point, doesn't it?" I stopped one step away from him. My front paws hit the floor with a dull thud. I lowered all three heads around him in a loose triangle, close enough that my breath stirred his hair. You started this, the right head growled. The left head said, you hurt someone in here. I spoke through the center mouth, voice steady. I will not kill you in this lobby, I said. But I will remove you. Guests watched with wide eyes. The injured demon whimpered while Nifty rushed to grab a cloth for the blood. Charlie held their shoulder comfortingly, voice soft and frantic as she checked the cuts. Vaggie hovered over them with her spear ready. Lucifer pushed himself off the bar, walking slowly toward us. Sliver chuckled nervously. Remove me? That sounds dramatic, he said. I just had a little accident. I narrowed my focus. You switched something in your pocket before it happened, I said. He froze for half a second, then tried to shrug. So I have toys. Everyone down here does. Lucifer arrived beside us, hands folded behind his back again. His expression was calm, but there was no humor in it. His eyes moved from Sliver's face to the wounded demon, then to Charlie's distraught expression, then back to Sliver. I do enjoy a bit of chaos, Lucifer said softly. But I am not fond of cheap tricks that risk my daughter's guests without her consent. Sliver swallowed. I was just testing the system, he said. You know, see how quick everyone reacts. Good press if you show you can handle it. Lucifer smiled, but his eyes did not change. You sound like a network executive when you say that. Sliver's eye twitched. Lucifer glanced at me. Cerberus, my friend. What do you think we should do with someone who uses other people's blood as a test? I felt every eye in the room on me. Normally, I did not take many things seriously. Most violence here was loud and annoying, but not my business unless it touched certain people. Right now, there was fresh blood on the floor and Charlie's hands were shaking as she pressed a cloth to someone's arm. That counted. I straightened my shoulders, feeling the chains along my forelegs tighten. He cannot stay, I said. My tone dropped into something flat and certain. If he stays, he will do it again. The left head nodded firmly. He likes it too much. The right head huffed smoke. He's waiting for more. Lucifer nodded once. I agree, he said. Sliver's grin finally cracked. You gonna kick me out for a broken lamp, he said sharply. Seriously? Charlie looked up from the injured demon, her eyes wet and angry. You almost hit them in the head, she said loudly. You could have really hurt someone. This is not a game. Her voice shook, but the anger in it was real. Vaggie glared at Sliver. You're done, she said. You don't get to stay here and mess with people for fun. Sliver looked between Lucifer, Charlie, Vaggie, and me. His jaw clenched. You're making a mistake, he said. You have no idea who you're crossing. Lucifer smiled again, and this time a faint golden glow traced along his outline. I think, actually, I do, he said. You work for people who send little toys and little messengers to poke at my family's projects instead of coming themselves. That is not impressive. Sliver opened his mouth, then shut it tightly. Lucifer's tail swayed once. Cerberus, he said, his voice suddenly crisp. Escort him off the property. I felt something warm and solid coil through my chest at that order. Simple, clear, and exactly aligned with what I wanted to do. Gladly, I said. I shifted, lowering my body slightly and curling my paw around Sliver's torso without digging in claws. I lifted him off the ground just enough that his feet left the floor. He struggled, grabbing at my leg. Hey hey! Careful! The right head snarled near his face. You enjoyed this? The left head said, almost cheerful, now it's our turn. I carried him toward the doors, walking at an unhurried pace so everyone could see he was leaving. Guests watched with a mix of shock and satisfaction. Charlie held the injured demon and whispered reassurance. They breathed shakily but nodded. Nifty fussed over the cuts, delighted to be useful. Angel whistled low under his breath. Husk smirked around his glass. Alastair watched with keen interest, grin wide. Lucifer followed a few steps behind us, hands still behind his back. I pushed the doors open with my free paw and walked down the stairs. The city street outside buzzed softly. At the bottom of the stairs, I set Sliver down on his feet, but did not move my paw away from his chest. He glared at me, furious now. "You think this scares me?" he spat. "I report to people who can crush this place without blinking. You just made me their excuse." I looked at him with all three sets of eyes. "Then tell them something accurate," I said. "Tell them I will not let you hurt anyone in there again." The left head added, "If they still send you, they are stupid." The right head said, "And you can join them." Sliver bared his teeth. "You're loyal to the wrong side," he said. "You'd be worth so much more somewhere else." "Maybe," I said. "But I like this side." I pulled my paw back and took one step away from him. "You are not welcome at the Hazbin Hotel anymore," I said, clear and loud. Lucifer stepped up beside me, golden eyes glowing softly. "And if your boss has a problem with that," he said lightly, "they can talk to me. I enjoy conversation." Sliver stared at him. For a moment, real fear flickered over his features. Then he spat on the ground, turned sharply, and stalked away into the street. I watched him vanish into the crowd. The right head exhaled slowly. "Good." The left head yawned. Finally quiet. I turned and padded back up the stairs with Lucifer. Inside, the lobby was calming down. The injured demon now had their arm wrapped neatly in bandages. Nifty hovered proudly nearby. Charlie sat beside them, talking softly, making sure they were all right. When she saw us re-enter, she stood up quickly. "Is he gone?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "He will not bother anyone here again." Lucifer nodded. "He's not brave enough to push this any further himself," he said. "He will whine to his boss instead." Vaggie rolled her eyes. "Let him," she said. Charlie sighed and looked around at the guests. Many still watched her. She smiled again, stronger this time. "I'm really sorry about that," she said to the room. "This is exactly the kind of behavior we do not accept here. If anyone ever feels unsafe, you can talk to me, Vaggie, or Cerberus." A few demons nodded. One of them said quietly, "Honestly, that was the safest I've felt in years." Angel Dust laughed. "Yeah, not everyone gets kicked out by the king and the dog in one day. Consider yourselves spoiled." Husk smirked and raised his glass. "To house rules." Alastair clapped politely. "What a charming display of order," he said. "I approve." Charlie walked over to me and placed her hand on my central muzzle, smiling up at me. "Thank you," she said softly but clearly. I wagged my tails. "Any time," I said happily. "This is my job." The left head nuzzled lightly into her palm. The right head huffed in contentment. Lucifer watched us with a gentle expression. "You chose well, sweetheart," he said. "He suits this place." Charlie's eyes shone. "He chose us," she said. I liked the way that sounded. The rest of the day moved forward slowly. The lobby settled. The guests talked more quietly. The TV stayed on, but Husk kept the volume very low. Vox's mouth moved on screen, but no one listened. We had enough noise of our own. I returned to my spot by the doors, lay down, and watched everyone with a cheerful calm. If someone tried something again, I would move. Until then, I just enjoyed the sound of Charlie's laugh and the steady rhythm of the hotel. I was exactly where I wanted to be. Chapter 9, live on every screen. The hotel felt calmer the day after Sliver left. Not peaceful. Hell was never peaceful. But calmer. The guests talked in softer voices. Chairs stayed upright. No one had thrown a drink in over 12 hours. That already counted as success in this place. I stretched near the front doors, paws spread out, claws relaxed. My middle head rested on my forelegs but stayed alert. The left head stared at the ceiling, bored. The right head watched the lobby with that steady, narrow gaze it liked to use when it did not trust people. Charlie moved through the room with her clipboard pressed to her chest. She still smiled at everyone she passed, but the skin under her eyes looked darker. She had not slept much. Vaggie hovered near her, reading over forms, occasionally nudging Charlie's shoulder when she looked too tired. Lucifer was still here. He sat at the bar on a tall chair, one leg crossed over the other, spinning an empty glass slowly between his fingers. Husk stood behind the counter with his usual flat stare, clearly annoyed but tolerating it. Angel Dust lay across a couch with a pillow under his head, scrolling through his phone. Nifty dusted every flat surface that stayed still long enough to let her reach it. Alastair leaned against a wall with his cane in hand, smile fixed, eyes bright, watching everything. Sliver was gone. The air felt better without him. The left head yawned. Quieter. The right head grunted. For now. I did not worry. If someone else tried something, I would handle it again. It was simple. Near the middle of the room, a group of demons whispered around a small handheld screen. I caught glimpses of colors and motion. One of them snickered, glancing at me. I tilted my central head toward them. What are you watching? I asked. They jumped a bit, then turned the screen so I could see. It showed me a shaky recording from outside the hotel. It captured the exact moment I carried Sliver down the stairs. My paw was wrapped around his chest, his legs kicking in the air. The side angle made me look even bigger than usual. The demon holding the device laughed. Someone uploaded it last night, he said. Got shared everywhere already. Another demon whistled. You look terrifying there, man. Look at those teeth. The left head chuffed, pleased. Good angle. The right head snorted. He deserved worse. I grinned through the middle mouth. I did not even squeeze, I said happily. He should be grateful. The demons laughed nervously. One of them nodded. Honestly, I felt safer after that, he admitted. No offense. None taken, I replied. Charlie noticed us and hustled over, holding her clipboard. Is that the video again? She asked. Yep, one of the demons said, turning the screen toward her. She watched herself in the background of the clip, kneeling beside the injured guest. The demon on screen clutched their bandaged arm. Vaggie hovered near them. Lucifer stood a small distance away from me and Sliver, eyes focused. Charlie's jaw clenched briefly before she relaxed it and gave a small smile. Well, she said, at least it shows we handle problems. Yes, I said. It shows you care. She looked at me and smiled more genuinely. Thanks, she said softly. Husk glanced toward the main television behind the bar. If it's all over the feeds, the idiot on the screen will grab it, he muttered. Lucifer chuckled. You give him too little credit. He probably has a team that watches this place around the clock now. Angel sat up a bit, eyes flicking to the TV. You think he's got someone spying on us right now? Alastair answered with a cheerful tone. Almost certainly. Charlie frowned faintly at that, but she did not argue. The TV hummed in the background. It had been running on low with some generic segment about product trends. The Voxtech logo sat in the corner. Then the colors on the screen shifted. The logo grew larger. The presenter's voice changed. Husk's ears twitched. "Here we go," he said. The Voxtech symbol filled the whole screen, bright and sharp. A jingle played under it, a few quick notes that were already familiar. Vox's rectangular eye appeared first, then his full face. He stood perfectly centered on screen, suit sharp, smile wide. The studio background behind him glowed with floating screens and panels. "Good afternoon, my beautiful viewers," Vox said smoothly. "Vox here, with a special segment for you." Husk reached for the remote. Lucifer lifted a hand quickly. "Leave it," he said mildly. "I am curious." Husk grumbled and lowered his hand. The volume was already up enough. Every demon in the lobby looked at the screen. Vox's grin grew. "Yesterday, we spoke briefly about a little side project in our city. A project run by our dear princess, who thinks she can change the nature of hell." The studio behind him shifted to a stylized graphic of the Hazbin hotel sign with added flames and crack marks. Charlie tensed. Her tail dipped for a second before she forced it still. Vaggie moved closer to her, jaw tight. Vox went on. "Since then, we've received something interesting. Raw footage from one of our loyal viewers. A clip from outside that same hotel, in the middle of a safety incident." He raised a hand. "Let's take a look, shall we?" The screen cut to the video. The quality improved slightly from the handheld version we had seen. Someone had stabilized and zoomed it. There I was again, carrying Sliver down the front steps. The camera zoomed further into my snarling right head, mouth open, teeth bared. The sound had been sharpened, so my growl came through deeper and louder than it actually had. Charlie flinched at the sudden volume. A few guests did too. Vox's voice talked over the clip. "This, my friends, is Cerberus. The unregistered, untracked, unknown beast the princess decided to use as her primary guard." The video slowed. It showed my paw wrapped around Sliver's torso in slow motion. Red outlines flashed around my claws. The audio crackled menacingly, edited. Angel Dust snorted. "Oh, come on. That's just cheap." Husk grunted. "He's milking it." The screen cut again. The injured demon appeared next, clutching their arm, guided by Charlie. The image zoomed into the bandaged wound. Vox's voice stayed smooth. "One guest wounded," he said. "Glass falling, power surges, and a snarling monster hauling sinners off the property." Charlie's eyes went wide. "They're okay now," she said quickly, to no one and everyone. "It was minor. We took care of it." Vaggie put a hand on her shoulder. "He doesn't care about what really happened," she said tightly. Vox reappeared, larger than before. "Now, my viewers," he said, "ask yourselves this: is this where you want to go when you lose your way? A hotel where the staff uses an out-of-control animal as an enforcer? Where redemption means being dragged down the stairs on camera?" The clip replayed in a small window on the side, slowed again. The right head growled softly, low and annoyed. The left head muttered, "He keeps picking the same angle." I felt heat in my chest. Not fear. Irritation. He twisted everything and left out the parts that mattered. The hurt demon now healing. The second sliver had triggered the event on purpose. The fact that no one died. Lucifer's tail flicked behind his chair. He swirled the empty glass in his hand faster. His expression had not lost its smile, but the smile had sharpened. Vox spread his arms. "Is this the future of hell?" he asked the camera. "A project run by a naive princess who lets untested creatures do the dirty work she can't handle." Charlie's breathing hitched. "I can handle it," she whispered. I heard it clearly. Vox went on. Or will you stay with the networks you know? The ones that don't put your life in the claws of some feral experiment. The words feral experiment hit with a small sting. The clip replayed one more time in shorter form. The network plastered the words Hazbin Hazard under it in bold red letters. Then the segment cut to a panel of 3 demons at a desk. They chuckled among themselves. That thing's terrifying, one of them said. You couldn't pay me to sleep in that place. Yeah, another replied. It looks one hiss away from a massacre. The third demon smirked. But hey, at least the ratings are good. They laughed. Husk reached up and shut the TV off completely. The screen went black. The noise cut at once. The silence after that felt heavy, but not the worst I had felt. All eyes in the room went to Charlie. She stood completely still for a moment, notebook pressed against her chest so hard the edges bent again. Her shoulders shook once. Her eyes were wide and wet, but she blinked fast to keep the tears from falling. I pushed myself up and padded toward her, moving slowly so I did not startle the guests. I leaned down until my central face was level with hers. He only showed half the story, I said calmly. The boring half that fits his message. The left head added, cheerful, he did not show your face when you helped them. The right head rumbled, he did not show when we did not kill him. Charlie let out a shaky breath and gave a small laugh that sounded tired. Yeah, she said softly. He never does. Vaggie looked furious. Her grip on her spear was so tight her knuckles went pale. He made you look dangerous, she snapped. She glowered at the blank TV. He made you look like some uncontrolled weapon. Angel got up from the couch, stretching slowly. That's his whole thing, he said. He cuts the tape to make whatever story he wants. He's been doing that forever. Husk poured something into a glass and slid it across the counter toward Lucifer without looking. Here. You look like you want it. Lucifer caught the glass, smiled lightly, but his eyes were very focused. He did not drink. He hopped down from his seat and walked toward the center of the room, clapping his hands once to gather attention. Everyone, he said, voice smooth and bright, let's breathe for a moment. A few of the demons glanced around, uncertain. One of them spoke up. Is that really what happened? Charlie lifted her head. No, she said immediately. Her voice shook, but she forced it steady. Someone caused that on purpose. They hurt another guest so they could see what we'd do. Cerberus stopped it from getting worse, and we took care of the injured person. That's what happened. Another demon looked uneasy. That clip looked bad. Vaggie stepped forward. So does your face in the middle of a sneeze if someone slows it down and adds scary music, she snapped. A few guests gave small, reluctant laughs at that. The tension shifted a little. Lucifer smiled. Vox owns the cameras, he said easily. He does not own what is true. This hotel is still standing. My daughter is still here. The dog is still not eating you. I wagged my tails once in agreement. Not hungry, I said lightly. There was a ripple of nervous laughter through the room. It helped. The guests did not look as pale anymore. Charlie straightened her shoulders. She took a breath and let it out slowly. When she spoke again, her voice sounded more solid. We can't control what he says, she said. But we can control what we do here. You saw what happened. You saw how we handled it. This place is for redemption, not spectacle. One demon near the back raised a hand awkwardly. I saw you help that guy, he said. I was here. Another nodded. I was too. It wasn't how he made it look. That helped more than any speech. Charlie smiled at them, and this time it was closer to her usual smile. Thank you, she said. Lucifer stepped closer to me. How are you feeling, my friend? He asked lightly. Annoyed, the right head said bluntly. Famous, the left head answered cheerfully. I shrugged my massive shoulders. He can show whatever he wants, I said. I know what I did. You know what I did. They saw what I did. That is enough. Lucifer grinned. There it is. That is exactly the attitude I like. Charlie laughed softly at that. Some of the tightness in her face eased. Alastair pushed off the wall and walked closer, cane tapping gently. If anything, this will only make the hotel more interesting, he said. Those who scare easily will leave. Those who enjoy a little danger and discipline will come. Vaggie shot him a look. That's not the point, she said. He spread his hands. Of course not. But it is still true. Husk poured himself a drink finally and took a long swallow. Well, he muttered, if they bring money, I'm not complaining. A few demons still looked uncertain. One of them approached me slowly, scratching the back of his neck. So, he asked, if someone steps out of line, you really won't kill them? No, I said, amused. Not unless they are trying to kill everyone else. The left head added, we prefer carrying. The right head snorted. Or pinning. The demon nodded, relaxing a little. All right, he said. That's okay, actually. Charlie moved closer to him. If you ever feel unsafe, you can always come to me, she said gently. Cerberus is here to protect you, not scare you. He gave her a small, grateful nod. Lucifer watched that exchange with a soft look, then turned to me again. You know, he said, if this keeps up, you may need an official title. Something fancy. Guardian of the lobby. Keeper of the doors. Public relations hound. I barked a short laugh. I like Guardian of the lobby, I said happily. The left head said, too long. The right head said, title or not, job stays the same. Lucifer chuckled. True. Charlie perked up a little. We could put that on a little plaque, she said with sudden excitement. Right by the door. Cerberus Guardian of the lobby. Vaggie sighed, but there was fondness in it. You and your labels, she said. Nifty popped her head up from behind a table she was wiping. I can make it, she shouted. I love plagues. Charlie giggled. Okay, maybe later, she said. The lobby's atmosphere slowly reset. Conversations returned. A few guests moved to the bar. One or two drifted to the stairs, heading back to their rooms. The TV stayed off. No one wanted to hear Vox's voice again for a while. Lucifer eventually drifted back to his stool, finally sipping the drink Husk had poured him. He still watched the room with close attention, eyes following Charlie especially. She went back to work, talking one-on-one with guests, going over goals and habits, asking them what they wanted to change. Vaggie stayed near the center, occasionally stepping between two demons when voices rose too high. Angel joked, flirted, and leaned over couches, keeping things light. Nifty zoomed around with fresh rags and bandages. I returned to my place at the doors and lay down again. I was cheerful. Vox could blast that video on every screen in the city. He could show my growling face and slowed footsteps all day. He could paint me as a beast and the hotel as a hazard. He was not here. I was. If he came in person and started putting the people in this hotel at risk, I would stop being relaxed. Until then, I did not give him much weight. The left head sighed contentedly. I like the busy days, it said. The right head rumbled. Busy is fine. Stupid is not. I agreed with both. The door stayed closed against the street. The lobby stayed warm with noise and motion. If more trouble came, I would deal with it then. For now, I watched Charlie talk with someone who looked ready to cry and saw her smile slowly help them steady. That was more important than any screen. Chapter 10, Ultimatums at the door. The morning passed without anything exploding, which I counted as a win. I lay across the space in front of the doors, paws stretched out, tails resting. The left head stared at a crack in the ceiling. The right head watched the lobby. My middle head shifted between the two, listening to everything. The hotel buzzed at a low, steady level. Guests sat on couches, filled out forms, argued quietly, or stared at nothing. The smell of old wine and cleaning spray mixed with the scent of sweat and cheap perfume. Charlie moved from person to person with her clipboard clutched to her chest, smile still bright even though her eyes looked tired. She laughed a little too quickly sometimes, but she kept laughing. Vaggie stayed close, watching every interaction with a sharp eye, stepping in whenever someone raised their voice even a little too much. Angel Dust lounged on a couch near the corner, half slumped, scrolling his phone. His leg bounced restlessly. Every time someone laughed at a Vox clip on their own device, he twitched. He pretended not to care, but even from here I could see the way his shoulders tightened for a second. Husk cleaned glasses at the bar. Again. The TV above him stayed off. No one wanted to hear Vox's voice if they could help it. Alastair stood near the far wall with his cane, smiling faintly, eyes watching the room like always. Lucifer had gone back to his own business earlier, leaving with a bright grin and a wave for Charlie, but promising to check in again soon. The air felt a little lighter without his pressure, but also a little less protected. I did not worry. I was still here. That counted for something. The left head sighed. Boring. The right head answered, good. Boring is safe. I grinned with my central mouth. I like boring, I said quietly. Boring means no one is bleeding. The left head snorted, but did not argue. A group of guests near the couch whispered. One of them stole a few glances at me. Another glared at the blank TV. They turned it off again, one muttered. I wanted to see if they were still talking about this place. Of course they are, the other said. Vox never drops a story that gets numbers. Angel Dust rolled onto his side and propped his head on his hand. Trust me, he said lazily, you're not missing anything new. Same shtick, different angle. He smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. I watched him for a moment. Angel enjoyed attention, but not this kind. He kept his tone light, yet every mention of the broadcast and the clip made him tense. I remembered why. He was already tangled with one overlord who treated his life like a show. Adding another one on top of that would grate. I knew Valentino from the original story. I knew how he treated Angel. I knew what he was willing to do to keep control. If he walked through that door, I would stop shrugging off the day. The thought made my right head rumble faintly. The left head nudged my paw with its chin, in a sort of lazy reassurance. We're big, it said. We can handle it. I know, I replied cheerfully. That was when someone knocked. 3 short, even taps on the double doors. Not frantic. Not playful. Clean and precise. All 3 of my heads turned toward the sound at once. I pushed myself up, claws scraping lightly over the floor. Charlie paused mid-sentence with a guest and glanced at me. Vaggie looked up too. I walked to the doors and nudged them open gently with one paw. Proxy stood there on the top step. Same black suit with faint static lines. Same half-mask shaped like a sleek screen over part of his face. Same one glowing square eye. He looked exactly like before, only his posture was slightly tighter. No smile this time. Good morning, he said calmly. May I come in? Yes, I said cheerfully. You can. Whether you like how it goes is another question. The left head huffed in amusement. The right head watched him with narrow focus. Proxy's mouth ticked up for a second, then flattened again. I'll take my chances, he replied. I stepped back and let him enter. He walked into the lobby with smooth, practiced movements, eyes sliding over everything. The bar, the couches, the guests, the front desk, the blank TV. His gaze hesitated on angel dust for a half second, then on Alastair, and finally came to rest on Charlie. Charlie met him halfway, holding her clipboard like a shield. She smiled politely. Hello again, she said. You're Proxy, right? Yes, Princess, he said. I am. I'm here about what happened with Sliver. The room's mood dipped. A few guests shifted in their seats, remembering. Vaggie walked up, placing herself just half a step ahead of Charlie. He nearly hurt one of our guests on purpose, she said. Then we kicked him out. That's what happened. Proxy nodded. Yes. And that, I am told, was seen by more people than my employer expected. Angel scoffed from the couch. Your boss was slobbering over the footage like it was a new toy. Proxy's eye flickered. My employer recognizes viral material when he sees it. Alastair's smile widened slightly. Oh, I'm sure he does, he said. Ratings are precious to him. Proxy ignored the comment and focused on Charlie again. The overlord who sent Sliver did not appreciate how the situation resolved, he said. Between Cerberus's refusal and his very public escort of Sliver from the property, certain lines were crossed. I am here to deliver a more formal response. Charlie's smile thinned. Okay, she said quietly. Let's hear it. Vaggie tensed. We're not signing anything. Proxy shook his head. No paper this time. Just terms. I moved closer, standing tall behind Charlie and Vaggie. The left head angled to the side, watching the guests. The right head kept its gaze locked on Proxy. Proxy lifted a small square device from his inner pocket. It flickered as he turned it on. A stylized V logo glowed across it. Vox has decided, Proxy said smoothly, that you are now more trouble than curiosity. However, he is still interested in two things under this roof. His eye flicked from me to Angel Dust. Angel went very still. He hid it by flipping his phone in his hand and smirking. Let me guess, he said. My charming personality. Proxy smiled faintly. Your name still brings eyes to a screen, he said. And Cerberus brings something new. Danger and novelty. The right head rumbled with dislike. He can watch from his couch. I spoke evenly. So what does he want? Proxy looked up at me. He wants a deal, he said simply. One last offer before he commits to pushing back. Charlie's voice grew more cautious. What kind of deal? Proxy flicked the device once. It projected a simple text list in faint light. First, he said, Vox wants Cerberus in his service. Officially. You will be branded as Vox Tech Security and appear as his controlled asset. You may stay here part-time if you like, but your loyalty will be listed as his. Occasionally, he will call on you for broadcasts or events. The left head snorted. No. The right head said flatly, boring. I grinned. That part is easy, I said happily. No. Charlie smiled a bit at that despite herself. Proxy continued as if he expected it. Second, he said, Vox wants this hotel to stop promoting itself through his networks. No more submission tapes. No more appearances. You operate quietly, and he stops actively targeting you in his content. Vaggie scowled. So he gets to talk trash, but we're not allowed to answer. Proxy nodded. Essentially. And third? Alastair asked pleasantly. There is always a third. Proxy's gaze slid to Angel Dust. Angel's easy posture stiffened just a little. I watched his hand tighten around his phone. Third, Proxy said, Valentino is not pleased that his contracted performer is involved in this circus. He and Vox do not always agree, but on this point they do. He wants Angel Dust to discontinue his association with this hotel as a resident. Appearances are one thing. Living here is another. The room went very quiet. Angel's smile dropped instantly. He caught it, forced it back up, but it was uneven now. He can kiss my perfectly toned ass, he said loudly. His voice shook for half a second. Charlie exhaled sharply. He's not your owner, she said. Proxy raised an eyebrow. Legally, in hell? That is exactly what he is, in certain contexts. Vaggie took a step forward. Not in this building, she snapped. I stepped up beside her, bodies looming. The left head leaned forward slightly. The right head bared its teeth just enough to show I was paying attention. Proxy did not flinch. He looked at me calmly. I am required to say this clearly, he said. If the hotel refuses, Vox will escalate. More smear segments. Edited clips. Rumors. He can flood the feeds with material that makes this place look like a slaughterhouse. He can encourage other overlords to expect problems from anyone who stays here. He paused. Valentino, for his part, will interpret continued residency as direct interference with his business. His first response will not be pleasant. Angel's eyes flicked away for a second. His mouth pressed into a tight line before he forced another grin. He's not gonna like this place anyway, he said. Too many rules. Inside, something in my chest hardened. I knew what Valentino was capable of. I knew what he had already done to Angel in ways no camera showed. This was not a vague threat. If Valentino got annoyed enough, he would hurt him. That crossed into the category of things I took seriously. Charlie looked at Angel with open concern. You don't have to go, she said quickly. We won't kick you out just because Valentino wants you somewhere else. Angel shrugged one shoulder. Yeah, but it ain't up to you, princess. He's got claws in everything I do. His tone still tried to sound light, but I heard the strain. Vaggie's jaw flexed. We're not handing you over like a product, she said. Proxy sighed quietly, as if bored. I am only the messenger, he said. But I will say this, if you keep him here and keep Cerberus apart from Vox Tech, you should expect constant pressure. Attacks in the press. Sabotage. Maybe more little tests like Sliver, except messy. He glanced at me again. You can break bones. My employers can break reputations, contracts, and supply lines. I tilted my central head. Are you done listing things? I asked. For a moment, his eye glowed a little brighter. Then he nodded. That is the ultimatum, he said. Cerberus to Vox. Angel returned to Valentino's control and distance. No more broadcasts. Or you accept the consequences. Charlie looked up at me. Her hands shook slightly where they gripped her clipboard. Her eyes were wide, but there was stubbornness in them too. How do you feel about that? She asked quietly. I smiled, big and clear. I'm staying, I said happily. You need someone at the door. I like being here. Vox can watch from his screens and complain. He will live. The left head nodded vigorously. We like it here. The right head rumbled. He does not scare us. Charlie's shoulders loosened a bit at that. Vaggie exhaled slowly. A few nearby guests looked relieved. Proxy studied me. You are very certain for someone getting targeted, he said. I am not the one he can hurt easiest, I replied. I turned my gaze toward Angel briefly. That is what I care about. Angel blinked, caught off guard. A small, real smile cracked through his usual smirk. Ah, he said, voice rougher. You're gonna make me blush under the fur. I wagged my tails. You blush enough already, I said. Some of the tension in the room loosened with that small bit of humor. Proxy slipped the device back into his jacket. I'll report your refusal, he said. Don't say I didn't offer alternatives. He turned toward the doors. Before he reached them, they swung inward from the outside. I moved quickly, putting myself between Proxy and whoever was coming in, out of habit. The left head went high. The right head went low. A tall, sharply dressed demon stepped in. He was not Valentino, but he carried that world around him. Pale fur on his jawline, glossy hair swept back, fine suit in purple and gold. His eyes were small and unfriendly, framed by dark shadows. He wore a thin chain around his neck with a tiny V-charm. He paused when he saw me, then smirked. Wow, he said. They weren't kidding about the dog. Angel's entire posture changed at once. He sat up straight. His joking expression slipped away for a second, replaced by a flash of anger and unease. Then the smirk snapped back on like a mask. Great, he said dryly. As if my day wasn't weird enough. Charlie took one look at the newcomer and automatically moved toward Angel's couch. Vaggie went with her. I lowered my central head slightly. Name? I asked. The demon ran a hand down his lapel. Name's Silk, he said smoothly. I work for Valentino. You know. Angel's boss. He glanced around, taking in the lobby with quick movements. Nice place, he said. A little tacky, but I've seen worse. Vaggie stepped between him and Angel immediately. If you're here for trouble, you can leave, she said sharply. Silk smiled, showing sharp little teeth. Relax, he said. I'm just here to talk to my employer's asset. Angel's jaw clenched. Call me that again and I'll show you where you can stick your paperwork, he said. Silk chuckled. Fiery as ever, he said. Valentino says hi, by the way. He's been seeing a lot of you on these broadcasts. He nodded toward the blank TV. He's not thrilled. Charlie frowned. Angel lives here now, she said. He's not a prop. Silk turned his head, looking her up and down. You must be the princess, he said. He told us about you. All sunshine and redemption and no sense of how contracts work. Charlie's eyes flashed. I know how people work, she said. An angel is a person. Silk waved a hand. Sure. He's a person who signed some very binding agreements. Valentino sent me to remind him of that. He faced Angel again, smile turning cooler. You've been missing shoots, he said. Ignoring calls. Staying here more than at the studio. That's not how this arrangement works. Angel's smirk stayed in place, but his hands clenched into fists on his knees. Maybe I wanted a little fresh air, he said. You ever try living in that tower full time? Silk narrowed his eyes. You think this hotel can protect you from consequences? The right head growled. Yes. I stepped closer. My body moved between Silk and the couch. He is a guest here, I said clearly. You do not drag him out of the lobby like a bag of trash. Silk raised his eyebrows. Oh, look, he said. The dog talks. Proxy watched all of this from near the door, quiet but attentive. His eye flickered brighter, like he was recording everything. This was exactly the content Vox would enjoy. I did not care. Silk tilted his head. You think you can stop Valentino's people, he said. You're big, sure. But outside this building, you don't control the ground. He leaned to the side, looking past me to Angel. This is simple, he said. Either you start showing up again and stop letting them use you as their mascot, or Valentino comes down here himself. You remember what happens when he's angry. Angel's smirk twitched. For a moment, fear flashed plain in his eyes, raw and unhidden. Then he swallowed it and raised his chin. Yeah, he said quietly. I remember. Something hot slid through my chest at the tone. That was enough. I planted my paws more firmly on the floor. Then he does not come here angry, I said, voice low. If he steps into this lobby to hurt anyone, I will answer. I do not care what contracts you think you have. The left head glanced toward Charlie, then back at Silk, calmer but firm. He is safe here, it said. Silk glared up at me. You're really throwing your lot in with these losers, hey, he said. Valentino's going to love this. Let him, I replied. Proxy finally spoke again, tone flat. I recommend not pushing a physical altercation in this room, he said. Vox likes drama, not open war in front of cameras he does not control. Silk shot him an annoyed look. This doesn't concern you, he said. Proxy smiled thinly. Everything happens on a screen eventually, he said. It concerns us more than you think. Charlie stepped past Vaggie, stopping just behind my front leg. She looked small from my height but her voice was steady. Angel is part of this hotel, she said. If he wants to stay, he can stay. We're not sending him back just because Valentino is mad this place exists. Silk snorted. You don't get a say in that, princess. Vaggie stepped forward again, spear in hand. She does, she said. This is her hotel. The room held its breath. I felt the line we were standing on. I usually treated danger like a game. As long as no one was dying, it was something to bat around and bite lightly. But right now, there was an Overlord's agent threatening to rip Angel out of the one place he could breathe. There was another Overlord's agent recording the whole thing for a different boss. If this went wrong, people I liked could get hurt badly. That pulled my mood out of its usual relaxed tilt. I lowered all three heads until my eyes were level with Silk's. Listen carefully, I said. In this lobby, in this hotel, Angel is under our protection. If Valentino wants to talk about contracts, he can schedule a meeting that does not involve hurting anyone. If he sends people to drag Angel out by force, we will stop them. Every time. Silk stared back at me, jaw tight. You're making enemies, he said. I shrugged a little. I have teeth, I said. They can line up if they want. Angel let out a short, genuine laugh at that, even though his hands still trembled a bit. Silk looked at Charlie again. You really want to drag him into your lost cause? He asked. He's already drowning. You're just tying him to another sinking ship. Charlie shook her head. I want him to have a choice, she said firmly. Something he didn't get with Valentino. Silk sneered. Choice doesn't mean anything when you're dead. Exactly, I said. So maybe do not threaten to shorten his lifespan in front of me. Proxy tapped his device once, drawing attention for a second. We're done here, he said. You've delivered your message. I've delivered mine. Any more drama and we cross into something my employer can't spin as easily. Silk cursed under his breath but stepped back. Fine, he said. But this isn't over. You know how he gets, Angel. You hide here now, you pay for it later. Angel's jaw tensed again. I've been paying for it for years, he said quietly. At least here I get a drink that isn't his. Husk grunted. You're welcome. Silk pointed at Angel, at Charlie, then at me. Enjoy this while it lasts, he said. It won't. He turned and stalked out of the hotel, shoulders stiff. Proxy watched him go, then sighed. Well, he said, that complicates things. Vaggie glared. You can tell your employers this, she said. We are not bowing to them. Not Vox, not Valentino, not whoever else is whining about us. This is Charlie's hotel. We're staying. Proxy gave a small bow. I will pass along your defiance, he said. They will not like it. I don't like them, I said. We are even. Charlie wiped at her eyes quickly with the back of her hand. We'll deal with whatever comes next, she said. Her voice shook once, then steadied. Like we always do. Angel slumped back onto the couch, running a hand down his face. This is gonna be a nightmare, he muttered. I padded over to him and lowered my central head to his eye level. If they come back, I'll bite closer next time, I said cheerfully. He snorted, a small smile breaking through. You're all right, Mutt, he said. The left head nudged his shoulder gently. You are safe here, it said. The right head hummed. As long as we are at this door. Proxy took one last look around the lobby. Final confirmation, he said. No to Vox's offer. No to Valentino's demand. No to stopping your broadcasts entirely. Charlie nodded. No, she said clearly. Proxy nodded once back. Then I will tell them exactly that, he said. I suggest you keep an eye on your screens. He turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. The lobby stayed quiet for a long moment. Husk finally broke it with a forced sigh. I need another drink, he said. Angel laughed weakly. Make that two. Charlie took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her hands still shook, but her eyes had that stubborn light again. She looked at me and smiled, small but real. Thank you, she said. For backing us up. I wagged all three tails. This is my job, I said happily. I like my job. Vaggie put an arm around Charlie's shoulders. We'll be ready, she said. No matter what they try. Alastair chuckled quietly, cane tapping the floor once. Oh, this is getting very interesting, he said. I returned to my place in front of the doors, lay down, and watched the lobby with all three sets of eyes. I did not take most things seriously. But the people in this hotel were mine to watch now. If any overlord tried to change that by force, they would meet my teeth before anyone else's blade. Until then, I stayed cheerful. The day kept going. The hotel kept breathing. And I stayed at the door. Chapter 11, Screens and Sirens. The campaign started with small clips. At first, it was simple. Short edits on random devices. Little loops of me growling, slowed down with bass added. Angel laughing in a bar, spliced beside Valentino's logo. Charlie's bright introduction cut right before she said certain words. Guests watched those clips on their own screens, chuckling or frowning. I saw them from my place at the doors and did not care much. It was cheap editing. The hotel still stood. Charlie still walked. Angel still lounged. Then Vox pushed harder. By midday, almost every personal device that could receive his feed pinged at once. A notification popped up with a bright flashing frame and a big red title. Special, Hazbin Hotel Exposed. I could see it reflected in multiple screens around the lobby. A few demons immediately tapped it. Others tried to swipe it away, but it kept opening until they turned their devices off completely. Husk swore quietly behind the bar. Persistent bastard, he muttered. Angel sighed and sat up on his couch, already annoyed. Here we go, he said. I adjusted my position near the doors so I could see both the room and the main TV, which Husk reluctantly turned on so everyone did not cluster around tiny screens. The Voxtech logo flashed across the television, bright enough to make the left head squint. The right head narrowed its eyes. I kept my central gaze steady. Vox appeared in full, arms spread, smile wide. Hello again, my viewers, he said smoothly. Vox here with a closer look at the strangest little project in our domain. You've seen the clips. You've heard the pitch. But what exactly is going on inside the Hazbin hotel? He snapped his fingers. The screen cut to a montage. Charlie smiling in front of the hotel. Me looming beside her. Angel blowing a kiss at some camera from an older job. A flash of Valentino's face, grinning. Then me again, carrying Sliver down the stairs. Audio overlapped it all. Redemption, Charlie's voice said, pulled from our promo. Contract, a recording of Valentino's voice added. Dangerous, one of Vox's panel demons commented. Cuts kept coming. My growl. Angel's laughter. The injured demon clutching their arm. The word second chance repeated 3 times, each time more distorted. Angel's tail twitched sharply where he sat. He masked it by crossing his legs tighter. Charlie stood stiff near the reception desk, arms wrapped around her clipboard so hard her fingers dug into the cardboard. Vaggie hovered beside her, jaw clenched. I felt irritation flare in my chest again. Not fear. Just a solid annoyance. The left head muttered, "This is lazy work." The right head rumbled, "He is still talking." Vox's face returned to the screen. "We have a hotel that claims to fix sinners," he said. "Run by a princess who has never lived a normal day in her life. Staffed by a gambler, a radio relic, and a handful of unstable residents. Anchored by 2 public faces, a porn star who belongs to another overlord, and a 3-headed dog no one can trace." He smiled wider. "Tell me, what part of that sounds stable to you?" One of the guests near the bar shifted uncomfortably. Another frowned at the screen, then at me. I met their eyes calmly. They looked away first. The segment cut again. Now it showed a side-by-side, one panel displaying a glitzy, edited ad for Valentino's Club, with Angel performing in a choreographed bit from years ago. The other panel showed Angel sprawled on the hotel couch in pajama bottoms, hair messy, phone in hand. A voiceover chimed in. "From prime asset to charity case," a commentator said. "Is this really improvement?" Angel's jaw clenched so hard his teeth almost clicked. He laughed anyway, but the sound was sharp. "Wow," he said loudly. "He must really be hurting for content if he's digging that far back." His hand trembled slightly as he set his phone down on the arm of the couch. Silk's visit from before had left a mark on him. Vox's segment pressed on that same spot. I could see it on his face. The clip shifted to me again. Vox ran the Sliver video with enhanced contrast, my eyes glowing brighter, my teeth sharper. They even added a fake red gleam to the edges of my claws. "This is Cerberus," Vox said. "Not officially under any overlord's control. Not registered. Not bound. But the princess trusts him to guard her guests. To decide who leaves and who stays. And as we saw..." The clip slowed to the moment I carried Sliver down the stairs. "He makes very strong choices." Guests murmured quietly. Charlie's breathing grew loud in my ears even from across the room. Vaggie looked ready to shatter the TV with her spear. Husk finally snapped. He grabbed the remote and jammed his thumb on the power button, shutting the screen off mid-sentence. The TV went dark. "That's enough," he said. The lobby fell silent. I looked at Charlie first. Her shoulders trembled. Her eyes glistened. She squeezed the clipboard so hard it bent. She took a breath, then another. She forced a smile onto her face, but it was thin. "Well," she said, trying to sound light, "at least he's consistent." Her voice wobbled on the last word. I walked away from the door and stopped a few feet from her, lowering my central head. "He's repeating himself," I said. "He has nothing new." The left head added, "He shows the same clip every time." The right head huffed. "He is boring." A few guests chuckled nervously. Vaggie moved closer to Charlie and rubbed her back in slow circles. "He's trying to scare them off," she said. "And you?" Charlie swallowed and nodded. "I know," she said softly. "I'm used to people laughing. I just didn't expect this much attention this fast." Angel pushed himself off the couch and walked over, letting his arms hang loose to hide the tension in his hands. "Kid," he said, "if you're pissing off that many powerful assholes in this little time, you're doing something right." He smiled, but there was strain in it. I nudged his arm lightly with my left head. "They are scared of change," I said cheerfully. "That is good." Angel snorted. "Yeah, well, they could be a little less noisy about it." Alastair stepped closer, cane tapping once against the floor. "Vox is committed now," he said calmly. "He smells a story. He will not drop it." Charlie's eyes hardened slightly. "Then we make sure the story doesn't go the way he wants," she said. Her voice came out small at first, then gained strength as she continued. "We keep doing what we're doing. We help people. We keep this place safe. We prepare for what's coming." Vaggie looked at her sharply. "You mean the extermination," she said quietly. The word dropped between them like a stone. Several guests flinched. One demon at the back of the room went pale and stared at the floor. Another hugged themselves. The left head stopped its lazy motion. The right head focused instantly. My chest tightened. Extermination was not like Vox. Vox shouted and cut clips and made noise. Extermination involved angels dropping from the sky with clear, simple orders and sharp weapons. Even I took that seriously. Charlie licked her lips. "Yeah," she said. "It's getting closer." She looked at the big clock on the wall. It ticked quietly, but every tick seemed louder after that. Angel blew out a breath and leaned back on his heels. "You sure know how to kill a mood, babe," he said, but there was no heat in it. Husk poured himself a drink and did not bother hiding it. "She's right," he grumbled. "Feel the air? Same every year." Nifty, who had been dusting the reception desk, paused. Her smile dimmed a little. "The last one made such a mess," she said softly. "Blood everywhere. Walls chipped. I had to work all week." Somewhere outside, faint and distant, a siren wailed. Not the full scream of an extermination siren, but a test blast. It echoed through the window glass. The left head flattened its ears. "That sound again." The right head growled low. "Practice." I listened, feeling something cold and sharp settle alongside the usual warmth in my chest. I understood the pattern. Hell did not sleep when extermination season approached. Everything got louder and more afraid at the same time. Charlie straightened her back and looked around at the guests who had gone quiet. "We knew this was coming," she said. "It happens every year. That's why we started all this. That's why this hotel exists. To give people a chance before it hits." One demon near the stairs raised a hand halfway. "Will we be safe here?" they asked. Charlie hesitated. "Only for a heartbeat." Then she nodded. "We're going to do everything we can to keep you safe," she said firmly. You won't be alone. We'll have rules, plans, and Cerberus. She glanced at me and smiled more fully. We have him, she repeated. I nodded. I will stand at this door, I said. The left head added, they will not pass easily. The right head rumbled agreement. Angel rubbed at his arm and forced a grin. If the shiny featherheads come crash the party, at least we'll give them something to talk about, he said. Vaggie shot him a quick look. This isn't funny, she said. I know, he replied quietly. Alastair's eyes glowed faintly red. Well, he said. If we are preparing, perhaps we should actually prepare. Charlie nodded quickly. Yeah, she said. You're right. We should have a proper meeting. Staff and guests who want to know what we're doing. She turned and headed toward the dining room, waving her hand. Everyone who's staying for the long term, she called, if you want to understand how we'll handle extermination, please gather in here. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I think it might help. Some guests exchanged uneasy looks, then stood and followed her. Others stayed in the lobby, too nervous or stubborn to hear the details. Vaggie walked with Charlie. Angel pushed his hands into his pockets and trailed after them. Husk brought the bottle from behind the bar and followed at a slower pace. Nifty zipped along, ready to set chairs. Alastair slipped into the room with a calm look of interest. I took my place just inside the dining room entrance, big body occupying most of the doorway, so I could still see the lobby with one side head and the meeting with the other. The room filled quickly. Demons sat around the long table or leaned against the walls. Charlie stood near the front, breathing a little quickly, but she faced them all. Okay, she said, glancing at her notes and then putting them down. First, thank you for being here. I know this is scary. I know the exterminations are horrible. I wish they didn't happen at all. Her voice trembled, but she did not look away. Vaggie stood at her side, hand resting on her hip, spear propped nearby. We're not sugarcoating this, she said. The angels don't negotiate. They descend, they kill, they leave. That's how it works. A murmur went through the crowd. Angel leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. His smile was gone. He watched Charlie quietly. Husk pulled out a chair, sat heavily, and poured himself half a glass from his bottle. He did not drink yet. He listened. Alastair smiled faintly, eyes focused. Charlie continued. But we're not helpless, she said. We can't stop the extermination from happening. We can't stop them from dropping. But we can control what happens inside this building as much as possible. She pointed toward me. Cerberus will guard the main entrance, she said. If anyone tries to force their way in, he'll be our first line. I lifted my head a little higher. I can hold the door, I said. The left head spoke to the room too. I will warn you if they get close. The right head added, and I will not let them walk in easily. Some guests relaxed slightly at that. Others still looked frightened, but less lost. Vaggie gestured toward the windows. We'll board these up as much as we can, she said. Extra barriers. Reinforced frames. If they attack, they'll go for any weak spots. We reduce those. Nifty raised her hand, bouncing. I can help with nails and boards, she said happily. I know where all the good tools are. Husk grunted. I'll help too, he said. We can stack some heavier junk against them. Tables, old cabinets, booze crates. Angel sighed lightly. So we're turning this into bunker chic, he said. Cute. Charlie smiled faintly at him. Temporarily, she said. Alastair tapped the floor with his cane. And of course, he said calmly, I will be here. Several demons looked at him quickly. He dipped his head with that constant grin. I am not fond of outsiders dropping uninvited into a place I have invested in, he said. I'll keep things lively. His wording did not calm everyone, but it reassured some. Angel looked around the room. You know they're gonna target crowded spots, he said. Might not be smart to pack every sinner into the same building, even if we make it cozy. Charlie frowned, thinking. We can designate safer rooms, she said slowly. Interior ones on the middle floors. No direct windows. We can move the most vulnerable residents there when the day comes. Vaggie nodded. We'll prepare escape paths too, she said. Back routes, hidden stairs. If one area gets hit, we reroute people. I listened and pictured the building in my mind. Stairwells, hallways, weak walls, places where angels might blow through. I knew they were strong. I did not underestimate them. But I also knew something else, a group that trusted each other and stayed coordinated could survive more than scattered individuals outside. I liked those odds better. The left head turned toward Charlie. What about you? It asked. She blinked. Me? Yes, I said. Where will you be? She hesitated. I'll be wherever I'm needed, she said. Vaggie shook her head at once. You're not running around exposed, she said. You're the face of this place. If you die, the point dies with you. Charlie looked hurt by that for a second, then sighed. I know, she said. But I can't just hide. You won't hide, I said. You will command. Her eyes widened a little. I continued happily. You stand where people can reach you. Somewhere protected, but central. You coordinate. You tell us where to move people. You focus on them. We focus on the attackers. The left head nodded firmly. You are better at talking than fighting. The right head added, we are better at hitting things. Angel laughed softly despite the topic. He's got a point, he said. Charlie inhaled, then nodded slowly. Okay, she said. That makes sense. Vaggie looked relieved. We'll set up a central command spot then, she said. Maybe one of the reinforced rooms on the second floor. One demon near the end of the table raised their hand. What about if the angels decide this place is a priority target? They asked. If they know you're trying something different, won't that make them more likely to hit here? The room quieted again. Charlie swallowed. We don't know exactly how they pick targets, she said honestly. But we know they clean out the streets. That's where the worst of it is. The way I see it, if you're here, you have a better chance than if you're alone outside. Vaggie nodded firmly. She's right, she said. We'll never promise perfection. But we can promise we'll fight to keep you alive. I thought about the extermination day I knew would come. I did not say how I knew the rhythm of it. I simply knew that aloneness outside looked worse than walls and a three-headed guardian at a door. I will not let them pass me easily, I said. If they want to come in here, they will have to go through me. The left head flashed teeth in a cheerful grin. The right head growled low, almost eager. Some demons straightened their backs at that. One of them nodded hard. Then I'm staying, he said. Better than being a random body in the street. Another hesitated, then nodded too. Angel leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. You realize this means we're gonna be on even more screens when it happens, he said. Vox is already drooling. Charlie flinched, then steadied herself. He can film whatever he wants, she said. That's his world. This is ours. We focus on the people here. Not on how we look on his shows. I felt a small flicker of pride at that answer. Vaggie looked around the room. All right, she said. We're making a list. Extra supplies, boards, tools, first aid. We'll assign roles. No one will be standing around useless. Nifty bounced on her toes. I'll make cleaning kits and bandage kits, she said. And label all the doors. Husk finally took a long drink. I'll make sure there's enough booze for the panic, he said. Angel smirked. That's the spirit. The meeting went on for a while. Plans formed. Assignments were given. Some demons showed interest in helping reinforce doors and windows. Others volunteered to watch the skittish guests and keep them calm. Through it all, that distant siren test sounded again once, longer this time. The sound made some flinch. Charlie's hands trembled for a second. I watched her and felt that serious core in my chest tighten again. I usually treated threats like a game. Overlords, broadcasts, smear campaigns. All noise. I could joke about those and shrug them aside. But extermination sirens meant real death. If they reached this building with full force, I would do everything I could to keep the people inside breathing. That was not a joke. When the meeting ended, the demons filed out. Some went back to their rooms. Some sat together in the lobby, talking more quietly than before. Charlie stayed in the dining room a moment longer, leaning on a chair with both hands. Vaggie stayed beside her. I stepped closer. You did well, I said happily. They listened. Charlie laughed weakly. I'm just glad I got through without throwing up, she said. You didn't, I replied. Success. She smiled wider at that, shoulders relaxing a bit. Thanks, she said. Angel drifted in afterward, leaning on the doorway frame. So, he said, between Vox dumping on us every hour and the angels lining up their shiny toys, we're really in it now, hey? Yeah, Charlie said. We are. He sighed, then smirked. Well, I've had worse work environments, he said. At least the company's better here. I wagged my tails. Of course it is, I said. I'm here. He laughed, this time with less strain. Yeah, you're not bad either, Mutt. We left the room together and returned to our positions. Back at the front, I stretched out again, this time with my heads a little higher and ears sharper. Outside, the city glowed and hummed. Far above, the sky had a faint white shimmer barely visible through the red clouds. It would take time before that shimmer turned into full light and descending wings. Until then, we had a hotel to run, guests to calm, attacks on screens to ignore, and wood to nail over windows. I watched the doors, cheerful, ready, and very clear about when I would stop joking. If any of them tried to kill the people inside this building, they would deal with me first. Chapter 12, Predictions and the Supply Run. The next morning started with boards and lists. Charlie stood at the front desk with a clipboard, several pages clipped to it. Her handwriting filled the top sheet with items, planks, nails, hinges, brackets, bandages, antiseptic, spare blankets. She flipped between pages, chewing on the end of her pen with a worried expression. Vaggie leaned against the counter beside her, reading over her shoulder. We need real lumber, she said seriously. Not just junk. Those windows won't hold otherwise. We'll get it, Charlie said. Her voice was trying to sound confident. It trembled just a little. I lay across the entryway, my body covering most of the open space in front of the doors. My paws were crossed, tails still. The left head watched Charlie's pen move. The right head watched the lobby. My middle head watched both and listened. Angel Dust lounged near the bar with his elbows on the counter and his back half turned to the TV. Husk cleaned glasses behind him, pretending not to listen while clearly listening. The TV was on low, because Husk had decided being surprised by Vox was worse than just hearing him. The Vox Tech logo glowed in the corner. Host chatter droned in the background. No one paid close attention until the on-screen graphics flipped. A big red banner slid across the bottom. Special simulation, Hazbin Hotel vs. Extermination. Husk froze mid-wipe. Angel's ear twitched. Vaggie swore under her breath. Charlie jerked her head up from the clipboard, eyes wide. I lifted all three heads and turned toward the television. Vox's angular face filled the screen. His smile was bright and fixed. His eye screen flickered with patterns. "Good afternoon, viewers," he said smoothly. "Vox here. You've seen the smears. You've heard the pitch. Now let's look ahead." The background behind him shifted to a stylized digital model of Pentagram City. Tiny lights indicated buildings. A blinking icon appeared over the familiar shape of the Hazbin Hotel. Vox waved a hand toward it. "We all know the extermination is coming," he said. "So let's ask a fun question: what happens to our favorite little redemption project when the angels drop?" He snapped his fingers. The digital camera zoomed in on the tiny model of the hotel. The left head blew air through its nose. "This should be stupid," it said quietly. The right head rumbled, "He has too much time." I agreed. But I kept watching. The screen now showed an animated version of the hotel. The sign glowed. Sinfully bright colors. A low hum of alarm played beneath it. Above, digital angels dropped from the sky, wings spread, spears glowing. Charlie's face went pale. Vaggie's hand tightened on the spear leaning beside the desk. Vox's voice narrated. "Scenario 1, he said calmly. "The hotel tries to stay neutral. They put their trust in their new mascot." The digital scene shifted. A crude, exaggerated version of me appeared in front of the tiny doors. My heads were oversized. My teeth were drawn longer than they were in reality. Little captions popped up around me: "Unregistered, unbound, unstable." Angel snorted. "That's not even a good likeness," he said, but his voice sounded strained. The cartoon angels descended. My animated copy lunged at them. The animation exaggerated every movement. Jaw snapped on nothing. The little angels fired beams that pushed the Cerberus model back, step by step, until tiny chunks of HP bars fell off some demon silhouettes behind me. Then the drone version of me glitched, flickered, and collapsed into light fragments. The digital angels marched straight into the hotel model. Vox's voice cut back in. "Result: hotel breached, casualties high, redemption project ends as a footnote." A big red stamp appeared over the simulation: "Failure." I felt my chest heat with irritation. Not fear. Just annoyance at how simple he made it look. The left head snorted. "Bad program." The right head growled. "He makes us look weak." I raised my middle head and said loudly enough for the lobby to hear, "That is a cartoon." A few guests flinched. Some laughed nervously. The simulation shifted. Vox narrated again. Scenario 2. The hotel tries to flee. The tiny model of the hotel shrank into a little icon, then little animated dots representing demons poured out of it, running in all directions. Angels swooped down like simple white arrows and cut off the fleeing dots, one after another. "Hell is dense," Vox said. "There is nowhere to hide from a full extermination wave. Especially not when you stand out this much." He zoomed in on a tiny purple dot labeled angel dust and made it get cornered between two white spears. Charlie gasped quietly. Angel's hand tightened on the bar so hard his knuckles turned lighter. The screen flashed another red failure. Charlie shook her head fast, as if trying to clear it. "Turn it off," she said weakly. "Please." Husk grabbed the remote. Before he could hit the button, Vox spoke one more time. "And Scenario 3, he said. The hotel surrenders its assets and shuts its doors." The model shifted again. The icon for the hotel turned grey. Two little icons floated out, one labeled Angel with Valentino's logo over it, one labeled Cerberus with the Vox Tech symbol. The extermination wave passed over the grey hotel without blowing it up, but the city around it blinked out in sections. "Result," Vox said smoothly. "Perhaps a few more days. Maybe a few more months. But loss is loss. This project ends one way or another." Then he smiled right into the camera. "Some places just aren't meant to survive." The image froze on his face. Husk shut the TV off hard. Silence hit. Charlie leaned forward on the desk with both hands, breathing unevenly. Her eyes were bright and wet. Her mouth pressed into a firm line as she tried not to let it shake. Vaggie glared at the dead screen like she wanted to stab it. "That smug piece of trash," she said. Several guests looked shaky. One demon near the couches whispered, "Are we really safer here?" Another muttered, "If the angels see that, we're done." I walked away from the door and into the center of the lobby. All three heads high. I planted my paws firmly and looked around at everyone. "That was a simulation," I said clearly. "A show. Like a puppet play." The left head nodded. "He made all the choices himself." The right head rumbled. "He does not know what we will really do." A few demons shifted, listening. Charlie wiped her eyes quickly with the back of her hand. "He's trying to scare you," she said, voice rough. "He doesn't know how this will go. He's guessing. And he's guessing in a way that makes us look bad." Angel hopped down from the bar stool and walked closer, shaking out his shoulders as if shaking off the weight of the screen. "Yeah, that's his whole thing," he said. "He likes playing fortune teller with other people's corpses." He forced a grin. "You know what I saw in that whole broadcast?" One demon near the front glanced up. "What?" "Nothing real," Angel said. "Just cartoons of me dying again. Which is pretty stale, honestly." His words were light. His eyes were not. I saw the fear under the humor, but he was at least standing straight and talking. Vaggie turned to face the guests. "We already said it," she said firmly. "We can't promise perfection. We can promise we'll fight. That simulation doesn't show us thinking. It doesn't show us adapting. It just shows what he wants to see." I nodded. "He did not show me standing at the door while you stay inside," I said. "He did not show Vaggie's spear in an angel's face. He did not show Alastair when he gets annoyed." Alastair chuckled quietly from his corner, cane tipped slightly. "Oh, do not worry," he said. "If the exterminators drop in here, they will find more than a dog and a princess." The guests looked a bit less shaken after that. Not relaxed, but less hollow. Charlie inhaled deeply and forced her shoulders back. When she spoke next, her voice held more strength. "You don't have to watch his shows," she said to them. "You don't have to believe his predictions. If you stay, you're choosing us. And we're choosing you. We'll do everything we can." One demon nodded slowly. Another lifted their chin. The room steadied. Vaggie tapped the clipboard on the front desk. "Which is why we need supplies," she said. She looked at Charlie. "We're not waiting around while he runs numbers. We're building real defenses." Charlie wiped at the corner of one eye, then nodded. "Right," she said. "We need lumber, brackets, nails, extra first aid. Maybe some extra food while we're at it." She looked over at me, then at Angel, then at Vaggie. "Would you three be okay going out together?" she asked. "I'd go too, but if something happens here while you're gone, I need to be here." I'll lead, Vaggie said immediately. I know the shops that don't scam as hard. Angel rolled his eyes. And I make everything look good, he said. The left head wagged slightly. And we carry things, it said happily. The right head grunted. And scare off problems. I smiled. I like walks, I said. Charlie managed a small laugh. Okay, she said. Vaggie, you're in charge. Please be careful. Listen to each other. Avoid any big crowds or cameras if you can. Angel glanced at the turned-off TV. Yeah, that ship's kinda sailed, he muttered. Charlie stepped closer and rested her hand on my central muzzle. Thank you for doing this, she said softly. I leaned slightly into her hand. We'll be back, I said cheerfully. We moved for the door. Vaggie shouldered her spear and slung an empty canvas bag across her body. Angel tucked his phone into his waistband, adjusted his jacket, and flicked some imaginary dust off his fur. I pushed the doors open and stepped out first, feeling the temperature shift. The street outside was busy. Demons moved along the sidewalks, some in groups, some alone, some staring absent-mindedly at their devices. A few looked up immediately when they saw me. More eyes locked when Angel stepped forward. That's them, someone said. From the show. Look, the dog, another snickered. And the porn star. Check it, he's still alive. Guess the simulation was off. Angel flashed a grin at that, flipping a casual peace sign toward the nearest phone aimed at him. Sorry to disappoint, boys, he said. Still breathing. His tail twitched with nerves, but he made it look like swagger. Vaggie kept her jaw tight and her eyes scanning for trouble. Stay close, she said. If anything looks like a setup, we move on. I walked on Vaggie's other side. My central head looked ahead. The left head watched the rooftops. The right head tracked any drones or suspicious movement. It did not take long to spot the first Voxtech watcher. A small, sleek camera drone floated above the street, black metal with a glowing V on its side. It drifted lazily, lens iris rotating, occasionally stopping to aim down at us. The right head stared straight at it, unimpressed. Toy, it said. Angel sneered. Of course he sends those things out here, he said. Can't stand missing a scene. Vaggie narrowed her eyes. Don't attack it unless it does something, she said. We don't need footage of us destroying his equipment. He'll just use that too. I nodded once. We can pose instead, I said. The left head opened its mouth in an exaggerated, toothy grin directly at the drone. A few demons nearby laughed. Look at that, one said. He's hamming it up. We walked on. The first stop was a hardware yard a few blocks away, wedged between two taller buildings with flickering billboards. Rusted fences surrounded stacks of lumber, pipes, and metal sheets. A crooked sign above the entrance read Grim and Grind Materials. Half the bulbs in the sign were dead. Vaggie led us inside. The smell of sawdust and old paint hit my noses. A thick-armed demon with grey skin and goggles on his forehead looked up from behind the counter. You're that Redemption Girls crew, aren't you? He asked. Yeah, Vaggie said. We need boards. Solid ones. Nothing rotten. And hardware. Brackets and nails. Enough to cover all the hotel's main windows. He whistled. You expecting a storm? Something like that, Angel said. The demon shrugged. Pay up front and don't bleed on anything, and we got no problem. While Vaggie haggled with him over prices, I wandered toward the stacks at her signal. My left and right heads inspected planks. I nudged a few with my nose, feeling the give in the wood. Some were too warped. Some smelled weak. Others felt solid. These, I said, pointing with a paw at a row near the middle. Strong and not rotting. Vaggie came over, checked them herself, and nodded. Yeah, she said. Good pick. Angel perched on a crate and watched us with folded arms. The drone from outside floated at the yard's edge, not quite crossing the boundary but sticking close. Its lens focused and refocused. Smile for the camera, Angel said dryly. I lowered one head and stuck my tongue out at the drone with exaggerated cheer. Hi, I said. It beeped softly and kept recording. The yard owner's old TV in the corner of the shack flicked on with a faint buzz. Even in this place, Vox's face appeared again. This time it was a smaller segment replaying the extermination simulations. The little animated version of me toppled over again. The owner glanced at it and snorted. That thing's wrong half the time, he said. Last year it said one of my suppliers would go under. He's still standing. Vaggie seized on that. You don't think the hotel's doomed? She asked. He shrugged. Hell chews everyone up eventually, he said. But you're good customers, and my cousin says your dog keeps trouble off the stairs. That's worth something. I wagged a tail at that. We keep him from falling too, I said. Once they agreed on a price, we loaded the boards. I crouched down and let Vaggie and Angel stack planks across my back and secure them with chains and rope. The weight felt nice. Solid. The left head hummed. Good load. The right head nodded. Feels right. Angel patted one of the boards. Look at you, he said. Mobile Home Depot. I am versatile, I said happily. We left the yard and headed toward a small pharmacy further down the district. The drone followed, keeping a careful distance from my swinging tails. The street got busier as we walked. More demons. More screens. A large monitor on the side of a building replayed Vox's extermination simulation on mute. Animated angels swarmed the tiny hotel. Animated me collapsed again. The word failure blinked. Some passers-by pointed from the clip to my actual self. Hey, look, one shouted. It's the dog that dies in that sim. Does he really work for them? Another asked. Angel rolled his eyes and cupped his hands around his mouth. Spoiler alert, he yelled back. The sim's bad fanfiction. A few laughed. Some frowned. The drone got a clear shot of his shout, which did not bother him at all. The pharmacy sat on a corner under a flickering pink sign shaped like a pill. Inside, shelves lined the walls with bottles, bandages, and strange glowing vials. A bell rang when we pushed the door open. A skinny demon with round glasses peered over the counter. Oh, he said, surprised. You're from the hotel. Yes, Vaggie said. We need bandages, antiseptic, painkillers, splints, anything for cuts and blunt force injuries. Enough for a lot of people. He adjusted his glasses and nodded. Preparing for the extermination. Yes, Charlie wasn't here, but Vaggie's tone carried the same honesty. We're not pretending it won't happen. We're just getting ready. The demon looked at me, then at Angel. His expression softened a little. I saw the broadcast, he said. The one from inside your lobby. The one before Vox started twisting it. You looked like you actually meant it. Angel smirked. She did, he said, hitching a thumb toward the hotel in the distance. She still does. The demon frowned at the memory of Vox's simulations on his little counter TV. I don't buy his predictive crap, he said. He never shows the whole picture. I'll give you a small discount. Just don't let them burn through all my stock in one day. Vaggie blinked, then smiled slightly. Thank you, she said. We loaded up a box of supplies. I lowered my body again so they could strap the crate on top of the boards without overbalancing the stack. It was heavy now, but still fine. The left head puffed out its chest a little. "We are strong," it said proudly. The right head grumbled, "Do not drop anything." Angel held the door open for us with a mock bow. "After you, construction site," he said. We stepped back into the street. On the way back, we moved more carefully. The weight on my back shifted slightly with every step, but my body adjusted. Vaggie walked ahead, eyes sharp. Angel stayed on my left, watching the sidewalks. 2 more Vox-Tech drones had appeared. One floated above, one trailed behind. Their lenses glowed faintly. Small lights along their sides blinked. The right head glared up at them. "They multiply," it said. Angel clicked his tongue. "He really wants a full documentary," he muttered. Vaggie's wings flexed. "Ignore them," she said. "We just get home." A group of demons gathered near a newsstand ahead. A small screen there ran Vox's channel, showing a new panel segment. Headline text read, "Will Hazbin Hotel survive the cleansing?" One of the panelists gestured at a graphic of my animated form and said something about statistical likelihood. We kept walking. One demon from the crowd peeled away and stepped into our path. He was tall and thin, with a long, pointed face and multiple piercings. "Hey," he said, eyeing the boards on my back. "You really think those planks are gonna stop Heaven's spears?" Vaggie stopped and stared at him. "They're going to slow them down," she said. "That's enough for us." He laughed once. "Or trap you all in one big target," he said. Angel rolled his eyes. "You got a better plan," he said. The demon shrugged. "Hide alone and hope they miss," he said. "What's the point of stacking everyone in a box?" I tilted my central head down to look at him. "Because alone, you scream and die," I said simply. "Together, you scream and maybe live. I like maybe live more." The left head grinned. The right head stared until he looked away. He snorted and stepped aside. "Do what you want," he muttered. We moved past him. By the time we reached the hotel, the drones had come closer. One of them drifted down to hover in front of my face, lens whirring. The right head snapped its jaws close enough that the drone's casing felt the wind of it. The drone beeped and backed up fast. Angel laughed. "You're gonna give the editor a heart attack," he said. "Good," I replied cheerfully. Vaggie stopped at the bottom of the hotel steps and turned around. One of the drones dipped lower as if trying to sneak a look inside when we opened the doors. Vaggie watched it, eyes narrowing. Then, with a smooth motion, she unslung her spear, spun it once, and flung it. The spear whistled through the air and hit the drone dead center. Sparks flew. The machine dropped, smoking, onto the street. The other drone shot straight up, retreating fast. Several demons on the sidewalk cheered. One clapped. Another laughed. Angel whistled. "Nice aim," he said. Vaggie walked over, yanked her spear out of the ruined drone, and wiped the metal on her skirt with an annoyed sigh. "It got too close," she said. "He can watch the outside. He doesn't get to peek inside." I liked that. We climbed the steps and re-entered the hotel. The lobby quieted as we walked in, all eyes going to the stack of boards and crates on my back. Charlie rushed over, expression brightening. "You're back," she said happily. "You got everything?" "Yes," Vaggie said, dropping the canvas bag on a table. "We got good wood, decent hardware, and enough basic medical stock to treat a small riot." The left head puffed. "We carried it all," it said. The right head added, "The drones watched. One died." Charlie blinked. "You destroyed one of Vox's drones." Vaggie shrugged. It tried to look inside, she said. Charlie winced and laughed weakly at the same time. He's going to hate that, she said. Good, I said. Angel flopped onto the nearest couch, stretching his arms over his head. City's buzzing, he reported. Everyone's got an opinion on whether we're all getting wiped or not. Lot of dumb takes. Same old. Charlie's smile softened. How are you doing? She asked him quietly. He shrugged one shoulder. Terrified, he said. But, you know. Still hot. I snorted a laugh. Both can be true, I said. He grinned slightly at that. Some of the tightness left his shoulders. We unloaded the supplies. Nifty zipped in with a loud gasp. Planks, she squealed. And nails. And med kits. Oh, this is wonderful. She grabbed a box and scurried off. Husk rolled up his sleeves and started hauling boards toward the nearest window. Some of the guests stood and offered help. Vaggie quickly started assigning tasks. Charlie stood in the middle of the chaos for a second, watching everyone move. Her eyes shone with something tense but hopeful. Then she turned to me. You did really well, she said. Thank you. I wagged all three tails. I had fun, I said cheerfully. We scared a drone. We annoyed a few demons. We did our shopping. The left head leaned close to her. We saw the simulations again, it said quietly. She winced. I figured, she replied. I spit at the screen, the right head said. She laughed, a small genuine laugh. Good, she said. Work began in earnest. Boards went up. Windows started to look less like open holes and more like walls. The hotel interior felt dimmer but heavier in a safe way. Later, when the TV came back on for general news, Vox indeed ran a short segment showing the drone we bit it. He looped the footage, slowed it down, zoomed in on my teeth, and added cheerful graphics that said aggressive asset and unstable threat. He also showed a static still image of the destroyed drone on the street with a caption about violent hostility toward press property. We watched that from inside, with boards now covering half the windows behind him. Angel picked popcorn out of a bowl Nifty had made and tossed a piece at the screen. Keep crying, TV boy, he said. Charlie watched the segment with her head held high. She did not flinch this time. He's just mad we're not doing what he wants, she said. I rested my heads on my paws near the base of the boarded door and smiled. He can simulate whatever he wants, I said. When the real day comes, he will be watching from far away. We will be here. The left head nodded. The right head hummed. The hotel was a little darker now, but it felt ready. If angels dropped, if Vox screamed on his screens, if overlords complained, I knew where I would be. Right here, in front of the door, with wood at my back and people behind me that I actually liked. I was cheerful. And I was ready to get serious the second anyone tried to walk through and take them away.